Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, hello. How's everybody doing? Oh, I gotta put the pictures from today up here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Shaw, what's going on? Here. Okay, cool. How's everybody doing? Hello, Mr. Streamer Man. You hear a voice? Yes. Yeah, hey. Alright. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Space News. Once again, in case anybody's wondering where the hell I've been, I have been moving over basically every day this week. Been moving a lot. Everything is good. Yeah. 95. If I had a quick pick for the lottery for every time over the course of moving thus far, I've heard ain't gonna fit. I would have $1 billion. Yep. Ain't gonna fit. You can't put that box in the truck. That ain't gonna fit. It ain't gonna fit. It ain't gonna fit through that door. Won't fit that. That's a challenge. Yep. Yep. No. Back off, man. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. Did you finish moving?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No. We're about 40% done. Yeah. Hey, Bith, 50 months. Yep, yep. I do have some pictures today for you guys if you want to see.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. I have pictures today. Today it was a spatial awareness thing. We did some spatial awareness here. Picture it didn't happen. Hey, Cool Fish, 48 months. Thanks, man. I thought he was St. Jerome. What? Anyway, yeah. I've been moving over the past couple of days, and we're still moving. That's why I'm only doing space news. I will be here for the Rocket Lab launch tonight, and the Sibbers launch. Well, Rocket Lab's technically in the morning, and the Sibbers launch in the morning, and NS-22 in the morning, and Falcon 9. I will move in between that. Sleep? Sleep, you say? Alright. So, we did make runs down to the house today. Here you go. Here's your picture. Your moving picture of the day. Just hope you guys would enjoy it. It's two birds sitting in the garage. You know, the truck once again ran fan-fricking-tastic. Made it all the way down, no problems. Had the tailgate latch is going, but it works. Yes, but where are the good cars? I left my good cars at your mom's house. Really puts into perspective how high that ceiling is. Well, it's funny. It's funny because, you know, I may have climbed up on the shelves and risked my personal safety for this picture, which is in the very corner of the garage. Like, I put the camera up in the very corner and snapped the picture. Yeah. That should get you, yeah, that's the height. Yep. Yep. There you go. Truck roof needs a spray. Yeah, it does. But yeah, there you go. There's Tough and the Mustang right there. Yeah, Ordon, we got a lot of room for activities. Would you put a lift or an inspection pit first? Inspection pit? No. I've used inspection pits before in video games, and I had a bad experience. Okay, I'm thinking lift on the left side, or we could do two overlapping, like Skid Factory style. For anybody that's familiar with that, is this a so-called high bay? Yes. Yeah, Vaj, yeah, I was testing stuff. You could put a gantry crane in here. Yeah. There's a lot of room. Yeah. There's a lot of room in this guy. Here. Yeah. High bay cam up there for when the stream is finished. Yeah, I was standing on top of this top shelf here. This thing is built like a tank. These shelves back here, so got them. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. Definitely big. How much stuff did you fit in that Mustang? It was packed full. Yeah, the Mustang's been down there for a while. We drove that down on Monday. It's been sitting in the garage. Hey yo, we talking space. Yep. I do agree that it's a huge garage, but I don't think you have the room to do lifts in a streaming setup unless there's a separate room. Maybe my spatial awareness is just whack. Oh, it's just whack. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's enough room to do... Yeah. There's enough room to do a lot of things. And there is a back office as well. Graviel, you went to Cedar Point in Ohio. Probably the closest thing I'll get to flying in a fighter jet. Yep. Would you do a hydraulic or an electric lift? I don't know. Starting to look like Max Ford's setup. Nice. Yeah. So that's what's going on in my world. We moved a lot of stuff down there, and the apartment's starting to empty out. We're saving this room for last, the streaming room, and the internet goes out. The internet goes out here on Friday, and I will be off the radar for the 6th and the 7th. Doesn't go on again until Monday. Ceiling mounted cameras for the wide shot. Yeah, maybe. 2 for 2 on joining the stream and hearing you talk about the garage. Well, I figured I'd give you guys an update. Spoon, did you see those pictures? What? Yeah. I went up on the top shelf, put the camera into the very corner of the garage, and snapped a picture. Snapped a nice picture. Could you fit an average sized boat in there? Yep. You getting a new desk for the streaming setup? Nope. But yeah, Boxy, I told you. It's big. It's a big one. I'm telling you, the camera does not do it justice. Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. Dude, there's probably 6 feet to the wall there. The benches, those benches are not tiny. It's a 4-foot bench right there. It's 4 foot this way, not the long way. Those, maybe 3 feet. But still, yeah, I could fit both of these things in there and comfortably walk around. Yeah, Hibbit, yeah, there you go. How many square foot of Ford space? Nice. It's 40 by 30, I think. Yeah, 40 by 30. 20-foot ceiling, Spoon. Yeah, it's big. Yeah, but it's got more on the back. Hibbit, for what it's worth, there is an office back there. Yeah, there definitely is. Yeah, there's a big old office back there. So, yeah. And good news, we called the ISP today. Yeah, they said they'll run a line back there. All right. It's $100. They said they'll run a line back there for $100. I'm like, you're agreeing to this, not me. Hey, Tara, what's up, man? How did Tarkov go last night? I had to go back to packing. Primo's a real slave driver, you know what I mean? Gigabit fiber 95. Yep. Yeah, they're gonna run an extra line for the garage. We talked to them today. Tessa, I was like, we have 2 structures on the property and they both need internet. They're about 100 feet apart. Is this okay? Oh yeah, we'll run another jack for you. That's fine. Are you sure? These are 2 buildings 100 feet away. I need a hard line going from one building to the other. Are you sure this is cool? Oh yeah, no problem. You're on our gigabit business connection, right? Yeah, we'll do that. That's no problem. I'm like, one building to another building. Are you sure? Are you sure about this? Oh yeah, it's gonna cost you. And I'm like, okay. Okay, and they're like, oh, $100, $99.99. And then I think she said if the job gets difficult, it could be another $60. So I was like, so possibly for $160, you will run a hard line to the garage, so it has internet as well, and it's 100 feet away from the house. Yep, that is correct, sir. And I'm like, all right, okay, let's do it. Sweet. So you're saying there's a chance. Like, fellas, I have a very bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling that the installer is gonna get there and he's gonna be like, wait, what? You want me to do what? I have a feeling that that's how that's gonna happen. It might be you're getting 2 separate gigabit connections, but that doesn't matter. Tessa, that's all I said. And I was looking through old clips and I found this one I made of you. Thought you would enjoy. Oh no. Say you have any. Yep. Yep. Say the equation equals chair. Yeah. Yeah. And fellas, just in case anybody was wondering, an extender might be in the cards because the house, I can control the garage power from the house. There's a 200 amp breaker in the house and it has a 50 amp mini, I don't know if it's called a mini split, but it has a 50 amp split to another breaker into the garage. So, nope. Oh, it's disgusting. So, apparently they're going to do it. Appreciate everybody who said they would want some help, who said they would help me out, but I think we got this one under control. So, yeah. Also, another thing, if anybody knows anything about these old trucks, you know they run very hot. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm a bit overly excited to see wrenching streams outside of that garage. Oh, yeah. Ask what they're going to do, please. Oh, and I was very, very clear on that damn call. So, that truck runs really freaking hot. Don't get me wrong, it's just an older engine. They didn't really figure out how to get the thermal efficiency figured out with those old engines. It's a 5.8, so it's old 351. The truck runs hot. Older cars run hotter. Newer cars don't. This thing was radiating heat out like crazy. Well, not radiating, it was convecting heat out there. So I parked it in the garage because I didn't want it baking in the sun all day because it has no air conditioning and getting back into it would have been a pain in the butt, right? I parked it in the garage, right? And then I went back to unpacking stuff in the house, and then I came back an hour later. The garage was 10 degrees warmer. Easily 10 degrees warmer. The truck just convected all that heat into the garage, and it was like 10 degrees warmer in there, easily. So I'm like, I walked in, I went, oh, okay. I don't think I need to worry about heating this place if ambient heat from that motor is keeping this place 10 degrees hotter. I'm like, I think my computers could heat this up, no problem. Yeah. Nice. Nice, Thomas. Nice. So, thermodynamics. Yeah, the insulation worked, tape. So, guys, I ain't worried about having my streaming setup in there. If we get a good air conditioner, I couldn't believe it. The whole garage was heated up. The whole thing was heated up. 10 degrees warmer at the very least. Like, I was just doing I was putting my hand outside the door and my hand inside of the garage. And I'm like, what the hell? So, I think, does the garage have any exhaust fans? No, I wasn't running the truck in the garage. Well, we can go, and even if it did, we could go high efficiency. I'll make a coolant loop. Make a coolant loop. That'd be freaking sweet. Maybe build something similar to the 3D printer enclosure rear down over the truck and let it vent to the outside. Oh, speaking of that, both the printers are down there, by the way. Speaking of that. How's the house? It's fine.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Kitchen is all pretty much moved into. We got all the cabinet stuff down. I started unpacking, and yeah, it's good. It was good. So no dropping engine parts this time around, I hope. I can't believe people still remember that. Yes. Yeah, no, nothing. So, yeah, that's your moving pictures for the day here. There's another one here. Check it out. Yep, so I parked that thing in there, and this whole freaking thing got hot. That insulation is, I think it's like R24 on the sides and R28 on the top. Or not 28, 48 on the top. 24 on the sides, 48 on the top per building codes. Because that building was it's very new. Which is, yeah, unreal. I know, Spoon, we lucked out with this one. I still can't believe it. Yeah. It's getting the garage freaking queen treatment. Nice. Yep. Dude, it is unreal. Unbelievable. I mean, once again, the truck is not small. That's a big truck. I mean, look at it. Even the front of the Mustang, yeah, the Mustang is a little bit forward. It's just a little bit smaller, but the truck is big. It's a big vehicle. And it's just, yeah. No, the Holy fits in the garage. About six feet to the shelves, I would say. And then these shelves are bigger. The wall is like over here somewhere. And then probably about 6 feet to the door. It's big, dude. So which car is getting fixed first? 59. Check out what ULA sent you for your birthday. Oh, very nice. Removed before flight. That's cool. Oh, what is that, Grab Shark? Jeez. Grab Shark got that. Someone, what is that? You ain't getting 4 cars in there, though. Yeah, not without lifts. Just put 2 lifts in. Put 2 lifts side by side, go up with both of them, and park 2 more cars underneath. Hey, Dragon. What's up, man? So, the other thing is that the guy built this. He built the building, and and there's extra concrete out back. I think I'm going to put a slab out in front of the garage. Big slab. Just the garage door for entry, and does the house have a basement? It has a basement, Kuro, and the garage has multiple doors in it, yeah. A burnout pad? Yeah. It will be 1 meter tall. The concrete? No. No. I just want to put a slab out there so I can, so I can store cars outside, not on grass. You know, in the winter, if I'm working on a car and I have it in pieces in the shop while I'm streaming, there might be a scenario where I need to put the 59 outside or put the Coronet outside. And if I do, I want it on concrete, and I will I'll put it up on jack stands and just leave it there and cover it, you know? Oh, a piece of the Rossi you're making. Oh, okay. Yep. Anyway, let's see what's going on with space. That's the moving news. Yeah, I'm tired, man. We're working. We're doing a lot of work. The truck has been full. Every load going down. Did you see about a month ago in a GAO report that the power and propulsion element is currently too heavy for Falcon Heavy? No. That's funny, though. Last thing before space news. Did you do that thing I mentioned on Discord to check your drive? No. No, not at all. Tessa, you know both of these hard drives are like less than 5 years old, right? Well, yeah, 5 years old. The one in the old in the streaming rig is even newer. Well, what the heck else are they going to launch on? They were designed for SLS Block 1B, Grab Shark, if you really want to know. If you really want to know. Not at the flight rate that SLS is projecting, though, right? Guys don't listen to me. SLS is slated for 2 launches a year. 2 launches a year. And I know there's gonna be 1,000 people that are, oh, but that's not what the bill says. Oh, when's that gonna happen? It's gonna happen in 10 years. Starship and yeah, no, they can get up to 2 years. They can get two per year, probably by 2025. I'd say the nomenclature is there, and call it a gut feeling. Somebody to get enough sleep, dude. I am tired. I've been going since 6 in the morning. Well, no, 7, 8, somewhere around there. I don't know, man. Starship is doing 2 a week, 2 a day. Maybe. Yeah. So Starship, yeah, guys, Starship is slated to fly a lot more, but I mean, probably around the same time. And yeah, I get it. Starship will launch more, but I still will say that I want two ways to get to the moon. Because the only thing better than 1 way to get to the moon is 2. I mean, I think we're more just saying that as opposed to 2nd and 3rd SLS is being used for Artemis missions. 1 will need to be for the power and propulsion. This might cause the delay. The exploration upper stage is past CDR, someone. That could be flying by 2026. Sure, why not? Why can't that happen? They could have the 2nd ML built, and remember there was the whole debacle with them getting the 2nd ML built sooner rather than later. See what I mean? The PPE was really scheduled for, supposed to go on SLS, but hey, whatever. Why only 2? I mean, personally, I think 4 would be good for a rocket like SLS. I'll take 4 flights a year. That would be perfect. That would be perfect. Wait, it is? It's been past CDR for a long time, dude. Yeah. They're doing now they're just fabricating up all the components, and they're figuring out ways to build all the components. It's past critical design review. Oh yeah. 4 flights would be amazing. Rocket Guy, I don't see any particular goal or thing. I really don't see any particular goal. I mean, yeah, I guess one could make the argument with of money, but when could you not make that? Like, you could make that argument with Starship. Elon Musk said SpaceX could go bankrupt if they don't get Raptor production, if they don't scale propulsion correctly, right? You can make that argument anywhere. I don't see any particular thing that stopping SLS from launching 4 times a year. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think NASA's that ambitious, but I don't see anything that couldn't stop it. You have the high bays. Just build more mobile launchers. Build more mobile launchers. Take what you learned from ML1 and build 2 more MLs to get High Bay 1 and High Bay 2 figured out. You could support 4 flights a year with that. Sure, they did during the Apollo program. They were launching every 4 months. From basically, let's see. There was Apollo 8 in December of 68. There was Apollo 9 in, I think it was quarter 2, 1969. Or no, Apollo 9 was in like February. Apollo 10 was like April or May, if I remember right. Apollo 11 was July. Apollo 12 was in December the same year. They went to the moon twice in 1969. Actually, almost 4 times. Apollo 9 didn't go to the moon. 10, 11, and 12 did, though. 11 and 12, Apollo 8 landed on the moon. So, yeah, why not? Why can't we support this flight rate? I think propulsion production, the long leads would probably be the hard one, but once they have the design kind of figured out for that ARS-25E, I don't really see why that can't happen. I got no sleep, so I don't seem to be remembering much right now. It's all good. 2 operational pads helped a bit. You could, yeah, but you could do it with 1. Sure, why not? Then the open wallet. I mean, you guys, once again, the reason why Apollo carried such a heavy price tag was because they had to build the VAB and build 39 Complex 39, build 39A, 39B. They had to build the turning basin. They had to build the locks at Port Canaveral. They had to build Michoud. They had to build Stennis. They had to build Marshall. They had to build the Douglas S4B area in Southern California. They had to build everything. They had to build all the facilities for the stupid thing. That's why Apollo carried a heavy price tag. Nowadays, they get the factory already made. It's just about the tooling inside. Like, that's why they said Apollo wasn't freaking sustainable, because they saw that huge freaking price tag and said, nope. But the reality of the situation is that you could run Saturn V probably, they could have kept going with Saturn V for probably cheaper than the damn space shuttle. Hate to burst people's bubble on that one, but oh, funny thing, I finally got my permit. I'm fairly late to the party, but I can finally legally drive, which is cool. Someone, how old are you? How old are you? What are you, 21, 22? 12, and what is this? He's 54? I don't think he's 54. 21 moment. 95, do you have your license? 154. What year is it? Nah, 16? Oh. It might have expired the day I went to Vegas. That was fun. I'll take questionable decisions for 500. KPLO at 1908 tomorrow. Yep. Hey, JW, what's up? Someone, you're only 16, really? Wow. Damn, you're young. Ah, getting your permit at 16, you ain't late to the party. That's just fine. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You could always be like RB. He's like 19 or something. Doesn't even have his permit. And he loves wrenching on cars. And I'm like, but do you not see the irony in this, man? Do you not see the irony here? Obscure opinions for the Daily Double. You could be 28 and not have one. Dingleberg, I'll fine you. Like, go get your damn permit. Go get your damn license, dude. It's fun. Driving is fun. I showed you how fun it is, except for the tire falling off. But that probably won't happen to you. See how fun it is? It's a fun time. I love going places. It's great. Like, everyone's like, oh my God, you're moving yourself. Oh, that must be a lot of work. I'm like, I get to drive my truck everywhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay then, yeah. God's like, I make money driving things. God, it's so bad. Dude, I was talking about this the other day. We'll get into space news here in a moment. It's been a while since I've commuted anywhere. Probably about 7 years. Easily 7 years since I've commuted anywhere. I really only drive on the weekends, right? Unless I want to go get food or whatever. But, like, I'm talking about, like, a real highway commute. You know what I mean? And yeah, I would not want to be an RB. And, dude, I'm like, because we've been watching Starbase so much, and I know what all this equipment is, and I know what all of it does, like, I know what all this heavy equipment, every time I see heavy equipment driving around, I'm like driving the truck down, moving with Primo, I'm like, Primo, look! There's a lever crane right there. And she's like, I don't care. I'm like, no, look. Look at the crane. That's awesome. She's like, that's great, sweetie. I'm like, no, I know what that is. That thing is cool. I don't, whatever. Like, I see these freaking big freaking trucks. It's like, just, oh man, dude, we saw this freaking disgustingly big, like industrial cement mixer. It was nuts. I saw that thing driving up a hill, and I drove up next to it, and I was like, yeah, that thing is sick. This thing was just up the hill. It was awesome. Hold on. I'll have to show you. This was a big boy industrial cement mixer. It did not look like this. It wasn't that. It didn't look like that. I'm talking big, like that. Like big boy cement mixer. That thing's like an armored vehicle. And I love the paint job on that for what it's worth. Like, I saw one of those just bolting up the hill, and I mean, the thing was spinning backwards, so he's carrying concrete, and this thing was just. So I revved the engine. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Alright, here. Yeah, but yeah, I'm seeing all these trucks driving around, all these work vehicles. I'm like, oh, 550 Super Duty, 250 Super Duty, Chevy 2500 HD, 3500 HD, 2500 Ram, 3500 Ram with 5.9 Cummins. I'm like, it's bad. It's bad. I need to get outside more and touch grass. I will touch grass when it's my lawn. I tell you what, why do drugs when you could just mow the lawn? Where does the concrete come out? The front, G-Man. Yep. The person tried to warn me, saying that it might be tough, but I have to get 50 hours of driving done over either the next 6 months or a year. I'd be surprised if I get less than 50 hours of driving in the first month. Cut your teeth on the 405, someone. You'll be like, you learn how to drive on that road, you'll be like Dale Earnhardt on anywhere else in the world. I'm a damn good driver. Because you saw the Fustercluck. I've shown you guys maps of Boston. I show you what I have to deal with on a daily basis. I grew up driving on this. Get on the 405 and try to drive around on that. Like, drive down to the nuclear power plant that looks like two hemispheres. And then drive back. Go down there, drive back. Trust me, you'll get good at it real quick. Anyway, do you think autopilot needs a permanent pass and pass a license exam just like any other human? Yes. Should have a license to operate a motor vehicle. It's the plan on large tracts of land. Yeah. It's on a large tract of land. Where is it? It's down here. Where are you? Ah, here we go. Phil Palmas. Here you go. Yeah, see? See, it's that nuke has huge tracts of land or something. That's a nuclear power plant. Also, now that I can drive, I plan on doing regular trips to the port of Long Beach to go see SpaceX boats. Yes. Yeah, you learn to negotiate those roads, someone, you'll be good to go, man. Yeah, see? It's a nuclear power plant with huge tracts of land. What? There was El Toro. Shame. Damn shame what they did to that dog. So someone, you're gonna go out here. That's where I started Route 154, dude. We started the road trip right here in this parking lot because there's a big old ship right here that I'm quite fond of. Oh, it's not showing up either way. Hey, Alucard. Did you see a new reactor design that got approved by the NRC this week? Negative. SpaceX's stuff is over here, though. You gotta... How the heck do you get to it? Hold on, let me see if I can follow the road. There's the road. There's the road. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to take a little bit of a lefty-do down here. And how the hell do you get out there? Oh, that road right there. Gotta cross the old train tracks here, and then you go down here. You gotta go all the way to the end, right here, and then park in this parking lot. This is where the salami lid exists. The salami lid. Have you played Starbase Simulator by Ashtarak? May be of interest and probably a lot of people in here. I haven't, Moto. Yeah. SpaceX has all of this out here. All this. From basically here over. New scales, small scale modular reactor got approval. Cool. Neato. Alright. Here. This is coming from Tori Bruno. The BE-4 Flight Engine 1, or FE-1, is in Texas for its acceptance firing, but I forgot to share this picture taken right before it left Kent. Standard reference included for scale. Ah, yes. How am I doing that? How is that a thing? How am I grabbing that banana? How is that happening? How am I doing that? That's weird, right? Am I right or what? How are my fingers gone? How am I doing that? That's weird. Woo! Look at that. Oh, man. Can you believe it? Not as clean as the Raptor. This has got a lot of flight instrumentation on it, Strong. Yeah, she got a lot of flight instrumentation. Other B4s down the road are gonna be cleaner than this one. Double banana. What does it mean? EHS alert. Okay. Can you dig it? That's a big motor. That's a big motor. Is that a viewer who did that? No. That's just Tori Bruno. So someone asked if it passes acceptance firing, is it ready to fly on Vulcan? Tori Bruno says yes, they will go directly to the rocket factory in Decatur and be assembled into a booster that is complete and waiting. Then to the Cape. A one-time flight readiness firing on the pad of the rocket will be done. Then off to space as soon as the payload arrives. Cool. Even if you don't have SMART going yet, will you still be testing hardware related to that in the first launch? If yes, can you share some examples? Good question by Massimo there. Doing that sooner on Atlas. Keep an eye on JPSS-2. The next question's awesome. Thanks for the info, Tori. Do you know the duration of the flight readiness firing by chance? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Oh, such dad humor, man. It's pretty fun. I'm laughing at it. I don't know what that says about me. Yeah, lofted. They're gonna test the smart heat shield, the expandable heat shield there. Yeah, that's right, Joe. Yeah, dude, the inflatable heat shield, dude, it's gonna be dope. Tor Bruno is gonna go up and be like, "Back off, man. I'm a scientist." This is a shirt from a very particular clothing line of mine, by the way. It's the William Murray clothing line. Yes, William Murray. Very, very good. Very good clothing line. Very good clothing line. The tailor, yeah. He makes all kinds of good shirts there. There are all kinds of good shirts. They're very good. When I got this shirt, I held it up and I said, do you know what I said? You know what I says? Gunga 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 gunga. She could hit it, the llama. Everything was fine here until Dickless shut off the power grid. Is that true? Yes. This man has no dick. When the scratches are just right. He says when you die on your deathbed, you receive total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Hey, you guys want to see? You guys want to see the Red Sox season in a nutshell? Look at this. Ready? Watch.
Right.
I won't put the audio on there. Watch. Oh man, he's going up on the wall. No. Okay, never mind. I got it. That's the Red Sox season in a nutshell. Anyway, it was funny to me. Energy transfer, where was that? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see, what do we got here? The ESA ends efforts to recover Sentinel-1B. Oh, big sad. Energy transfer, where was that? You work for energy transfer. Wait, what? What'd you see? Hey, Shirley, what's going on? Oh, the baseball game. Doc! Bill Russell. Yeah. Okay, Doogie. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Energy transfer. Imagine not using ladies' tweets first. Imagine my shock or something. Piss off. Anyway. Every time I see somebody call you Eric, my mind goes right for Billy Madison. Eric is pregnant! Congratulations, Tippy! Oh, fear those kicks. He's gonna be a soccer player. Sorry, Daddy. Alright, so the European Space Agency is ending efforts to restore operations of the Sentinel-1B radar imaging satellite that malfunctioned more than half a year ago and will instead move up the launch of a replacement. Oh. A summary into the investigation into a synthetic aperture radar payload failure concluded that two 28-volt power regulators for the SIR payload malfunctioned. One is needed to operate the payload. Efforts to restore them failed, other than one case in April where the main regulator turned on for 4.4 seconds before turning off again. that provided valuable observations to identify possible failure modes. Watching Americans has ruined me. Now I keep calling proper football soccer. Because that's its name. Don't use that manufacturer again. Dude, you have double redundancy and they both failed. Ooh. The report concluded the most likely reason the power regulators failed was a potential leakage of a ceramic capacitor. A potential leakage of a ceramic capacitor found in both regulators that had to be replaced during manufacture and testing of the payload? And you replaced them with more? Oh man, you were making me so angry. The replacement was soldered in a way that may have damaged it. Oh my god. Who thought this would be a good idea? Yeah, right. Where was the product assurance and systems engineering in that decision? I would really like to know. Someone getting fired over that. Someone's getting fired. That's a you shouldn't be here anymore type of thing. Wow, that's bad, dude. The conclusion drawn by the Anomaly Review Board is that it is impossible to recover the 28-volt regulated bus of the satellite's C-band synthetic aperture radar antenna power supply unit, which is needed to provide power to the radar electron. That's bad. Wow. Okay. So, yeah, that's a huge systems engineering thing. That means somebody just made the decision when they figured out that both the capacitors broke. They just replaced them. Oh, just fix it. Fellas, this is why in rocket science you don't just replace the part. It's not an IT solution. I'm not dissing on the IT guys. You know what I'm talking about. If you want to truly fix a problem, turning it off and turning it back on is not going to fix it. Or just replacing a component might not fix the problem. It might be something else. And in this case, just replacing it caused basically you replaced it with the same component, freaking failed again. That's not good. Yep, nope. That's bad. What are you looking at? We can't see. Yeah, I'm just looking at the article. Yeah. That's pretty bad. We lost a $50 million Euro satellite at the cost of 140 Euro parts. Yep. Two 28-volt power regulators. Uh-oh. That's bad. Dude, I can't believe that rocket guy. They failed on the ground, and their solution was to just replace them? That's your solution? They broke. Just replace it. Let me put this into a way that you might understand if people are familiar with spaceflight. Oh, the O-rings are failing on our SRBs? Just replace them. It's fine. Why? Why do you do this? Why did they break in the first place? That's the question. Bingo. That's it. You don't just replace components. You don't just replace the components. What means it's going to just fail again? How do you know for sure that it's not going to just fail again? There's a known unknown right there that somebody okayed for this satellite and then okayed it to be launched and then launched it and it frickin' broke again. It's just funny how that works. Oh my god. How are they supposed to fix it? Delay the satellite, Urbanus. Yeah, delay it. Dude, something like that could be if your regulators aren't working. It said a potential leakage of a ceramic capacitor. So they had a short. The capacitor shorted out, and yeah, there you go. No good. So if it's breaking twice, my guess is that those capacitors weren't rated for this type of, for whatever they're doing. Those capacitors weren't the right type of capacitor. They weren't the right solution there. That's my guess. I don't know that much about EE, but I know enough to know if your capacitors are melting, you might have a problem. So, yeah, Minnick, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, jeez. Unbelievable. Yeah, yeah, you only get one shot. There was a known unknown, or that they just ignored, and it ended up becoming an unknown on the mission, and the satellite ended up failing. That reeks of poor quality assurance and bad design. I heard somebody ordered a 2x4 Kraken barge. What is it with you and putting flat pieces of tank up in the air? Probably on the vendor side. Hopefully on the vendor side and not ESA. But then where was the test as you fly setup, and why didn't this failure mode get captured in acceptance? It sounds like it, yeah, acceptance, right? Hang on, Rocket. Let's read this one more time. What's a regulator? A power regulator is something that, electrical engineers, correct me if I'm wrong. See, man, a power regulator basically has an incoming current, and it has a little bit of resistance in it. It has resistance in it to basically change the current going in and out of it. So it regulates the current. So you think of electricity basically like water almost. It's not the same, but it's kind of like it. You have a big pipe, and then you have a regulator, and that regulator regulates how much water goes through that pipe, right? It's just a valve, and you can open and close the valve like halfway, and it'll regulate the amount. That's what a power regulator does. Voltage regulators are all over the place. There's a voltage regulator on my truck, on both of my trucks. They're everywhere. It's just to get the right kind of power. If you're taking something like, well, the SAR, the synthetic aperture radar, is using 228 volt power regulators. So if the satellite bus is on a 36 volt system, you're going to need to regulate that power down to 28. I think that's how it works, but I could be 130% wrong there. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, but if I didn't get current right, please, if you guys could help me with a better explanation there, that would be great.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Arbor Last, 35 months. Thank you very much. A voltage regulator is a system designed to automatically maintain a constant voltage. Yeah. As an electrical engineer, you got it right. Bingo. Okay, cool. I gotta work on the explanations there. Satellites typically have raw voltage and current stemming from the solar arrays, but the solar arrays change their power output based on sunlight. Most systems need a constant voltage and current, so the regulator takes the raw input and keeps the output constant. Now, Rocket Guy, would a satellite have, this is kind of a dumb question, but please humor me. Would they have some type of battery on it, right? Like a battery storage system, or a way to keep the power, to store that kind of excess energy when it's generating too much, right? Okay, Mike, there you go. I also heard someone ordered express shipping. Oh, bruh. Cool. So yeah, that somebody signed off on that thing when there was basically an open failure mode in testing. Batteries for sure, and yes, it's also used to bridge the gaps in the solar array output. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. It's like a power wall with solar panels on your roof. Same idea. Got it. Cool. They stirred the batteries. No. That's different. That's different. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense with a satellite. Obviously, yeah, you're gonna have to regulate the power all the time. Sweet. That sucks for them though. So synthetic aperture radar. They're climate monitoring satellites, basically. Earth. Well, it's not really climate monitoring so much as like an observation satellite, but yeah. More Oshkosh pictures, Joe. Cool. Yes, we will now have a little bit of plane action here. You're excited for KPLO. Yeah, it's going to be a good mission. All right. Joe, what do you got? SAR gives topology and land-based information soil analysis. There you go. We got some SLS news right there. Ow. NASA can't mix audio for their life. I will show that in a second, Novus. Looking good. But, oh, is that a growler? That's a growler, isn't it? Yep. That's what I'd be doing. Yeah, it's a growler. That's a growler. That's a cool plane. Electronic warfare F-18. That's cool. Yeah, oh. Well then. Это не хорошо. Да. Хорошо. That's quite nice. I'm quite fond of this. Joe, this is a really good picture. That's a MiG-17, I think. It's a 15 or 17, I think. Oh. The 15's wings are a little bit different. Roundabout, yeah. Does it do hot dogs and burgers? Dude, I'll take a yeah. I'd cook a burger off a jet engine. Sure, why not? Full stream today or knocking off early to continue on the packing. Alleviates. This room is still in the apartment. I'm still in the apartment right now. It's funny because this is like going to be the last room that we undo. Like my living room's empty. My dining room in the apartment's empty. The kitchen's empty. It's just Primo and I have our bedroom and this room. Because I want to be here for the streams and all the launches. Oop, that looked like one link. There was a Phil Sloss article along with the vidya. Ooh, very nice. Is it the same one? Let's see. Is it the same? Is it 1611? Yep, that's the same plane. Oh, we got video of Joe's picture. Who took this video? Andreas Spaeth. All right, let's Spieth. Probably not saying that right. Sorry to that guy. Oh. Well then. Oh. Dude. Going to turn out after all the rockets tomorrow? Anesthesis, that might be what I have to do. No, Anesthesis, I have not. No. Yeah, that'll be over this weekend. Yeah. My internet goes out on Friday. So actually, yeah, I probably can't stream Friday because I'll have no internet. Those two are tied together. Okay. One of the things flying inside of Orion is a bolt from an Apollo 11 F1. What? Okay, that's cool. And Phil, let me take those links. And then I got the Sloss article. Yep, I tore down my PC the morning we moved, and it was the first thing I set up when I got there. It's pretty much how that's going to roll, Mutter. Yeah, for everybody that's wondering, so I called, when do you get the internet? Monday. This coming Monday, Alleviate. And they said, dude, for like $160 they would put a line out in the garage. We have gigabit roundabout. We get to keep the same. I have the same ISP out there, dude. Oh yeah, same ISP. Yep, Mutter. I'm like, yeah. I like. We called them today, and I was like, hey Vulcan, wait, hold on. Hey Vulcan, what's going on? Speaking of all the rockets tomorrow, AJ, I have to get up at like 3 a.m. and a little be on base all day tomorrow for Atlas remote pickup, Falcon remote setup, and Falcon launch. I've been checking in with your pictures, dude. I like that picture for the 421, man. Very good. Yeah, Mycon. Yeah, Electron. I was like, I made sure, fellas, like, I was like, okay. I go, yeah, hi. They're like, oh, thank you for calling Verizon. How can I help you? I'm like, yeah, hello, I'm Eric Johnson, and I have this connection, and we have an appointment scheduled for the 8th. We have 2 buildings on the property, right? And they're about 100 feet away from each other, and I'm looking for. Here's what I said. I was slick about this. I go, I'm looking for a solution to be able to get internet to both of those buildings for my business, because we have a business account with them, right? I'm like, I go, I need a solution. What do you got for me? And they were like, oh, you're our business gigabit? Yeah, we'll do this, no problem. I'm like, what? Really? They're like, oh yeah, we'll take care of it. You have Verizon for our ISP. How do you like them? Literally the best ISP I've ever had, roundabout, ever. Never. Do you ever see me tweeting I can't stream because the internet's out? Ever? I stream well into the night, dude. All the time. You're here for that. Stream well into the night. Nothing. The internet never goes down. It never goes down, and it never bottles up, ever. Yeah, corpo talk. I did, dude. I'm still good. I'm still good at that. Is this bypass, right? What's that? Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. Oh, you're paying for the uptime. That's right, Ando. You get what you pay for with an ISP, guys. Spoiler alert. Yeah, especially in the States. Yeah, Verizon is, yeah, Infinite Tape it is. So I was like, they were like, oh yeah, we'll take care of that. Yeah, there might be an extra installation fee of $60, and I'm like, on top of the $100 installation fee to move to a new location. They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. You're telling me you want to let one of my clients of 5 years, one of my best friends, die in the woods alone for some money in a G5? Yes. A G5 airplane. Yes. And lots of money. Playa. No. I actually I had to confirm it 3 or 4 times over. I was like, okay, I don't mean to be a jerk. I don't mean to be annoying. I don't mean to sound like a broken record. You're telling me for $160 you will wire a connection to another building on the property that is 100 feet away from where you're going to wire the internet into. Did I hear that correctly? And they're like, oh, yep, no problem. I'm like, all right. all right. All right. Hello, Space News is over. No. Diet Coke! No. Question. Is the internet... I have successfully returned from AutoZone in a car wash. Nice. How would you tweet, though, if the net is down? Yeah, I know, right?
Go and throttle up.
Is the internet at your new place managed by the same Verizon as your current Verizon? I know ISP subcontract. It's the same thing, Hokey, as far as I can tell. Oh, no. Tier 1 6 months in advance. Well, thank you. Yes, we're in the middle of it. Cost dirt because they have your monthly fees. I'm like, yeah, no, this is great. I'm like, I didn't believe it because we had Comcast at my parents' house for a little while, and then they switched to Verizon because Comcast, and yeah, I don't really call Verizon too much because I've never had any problems, right? Yeah, and Mutter, yeah, sorry about that. And yeah, I wanted to get it into words. It's like when you're ordering food at McDonald's or something, you go to the drive-thru, right? You want to be very clear. I'm like, I say my order, and then I want them to read back, and if there's any loss of communication, I will just say exactly what I want again. And they're like, okay, cool. I use Comcast. Is Verizon really better at Firelight? I've never had a problem ever. There's no downtime, and it's a fiber connection. Connection doesn't get throttled. Nothing. I mean, but then again, I have a business line, so who knows? I said 14 McChickens. Yeah, right. Give me a liter of cola. A what? Liter of cola. So, yeah, dude, they said they're gonna wire internet into there. Freaking, that's what they said. And she's like, I'm changing the work order now. I'm like, can you read back what you typed in the work order, please, just to be like 100%, just to be like 100% sure. It's a business connection, and you're probably guaranteed uptime. I mean, Ando, I can't have my internet go down. And don't get me wrong, fellas, it's expensive, but Ando, it's like you said, you get what you pay for. You get what you freaking pay for. This internet is amazing. We could be streaming to every electronic device in the apartment. We have a bunch of Apple TVs, Brimo's computer. Guys, you've seen me download games and I'm still streaming in high definition. I've done that while Brimo's like live streaming in the other room. We have like stuff downloading. Like we were doing that with the 3D printer stream when the 3D printer stream was going, which those are coming back, by the way. Hopefully they are. There's just, dude, I've never had a problem with this connection. It's never been slow. I've never had an issue. Yeah, Blue, we saw that. Lofted mission, man. Isn't that cool? Apple TVs, what about banana TVs? Well, I have those right here. I'm rocking Starlink and didn't even lose signal last night with a crazy electrical storm. That's awesome, Anti-Saint. That's cool. Rocket ship is back in Port Canaveral. Cool. Transparent banana. Promanana. So, yeah. See last. No. See next. No, what's up, dude? Any tips to keep hybrid tech Falcon style landing legs from binding? Your robotics aren't engineered right. I've sweat out probably about 10 pounds in the past 4 days. Easily. I've had 30 pizzas in the last 40 days. So, Reagan, here's a little thing into kinematics and how they work, okay? Take a look. So, when you have a robotic landing leg, right, you have your hydraulic, and then you have a hinge, and then you have another hinge, okay? And then you have your landing leg, right? And then you have a pivot point here. This gets tough because you're taking linear force from this thing opening, right? You're taking linear force and you're converting it to quadratic, right? You guys remember in high school when you're thinking about quadratics and you're like, wow, when the hell am I ever going to use this? Well, here you go. Quadratics, mechanical engineering, that's kind of important. Right? So you're taking the motion, and the motion, instead of just going up and down, right? Or if you have like slope and y-intercept, right? Remember this stuff? Y equals mx plus b, that's linear motion. They use that to figure out linear motion. There's quadratic motion, which means you're going like this. Remember those? That's important. So Reagan, you got to make sure when you're converting linear motion, so a hydraulic expanding, to a quadratic motion, so something that's pivoting like this, you want to make sure that the hydraulic doesn't push too hard at certain points, because the hinges or something can bind up. They can bind into place, and then it'll just kind of pop out of socket, like if you dislocated your arm or something. Yeah, remember that crap? That quadratic crap that was so freaking annoying? I didn't pay attention to that stuff. I was like, when the hell am I ever going to use this? Well, there you go. There it is. You're converting linear to quadratic motion. This is the form of kinematics. So basically how stuff moves, kinetic energy, how stuff moves. So just make sure. So what I did was, because of that, you don't want your hydraulic just to go ham, right? Because remember that curved line, at certain parts of the curved line, you're not pushing down, right? It's going to be pushing out. You want it to push out. So you need to slowly let on so the leg folds out. Falcon 9 has a little like flick hydraulic on the side, and that flick hydraulic is designed to negate the type of problem that we're talking about. I've gotten very good at dislocating people's arms recently. I love jiu-jitsu. Okay. But see, here's the thing, S. Jiu-jitsu it won't stop fist. It's just kinetic energy, just. You could be like, no, I'm going to take your arm and move it. No, you're not. No, you're not. Everybody had the plan until they get punched in the frickin' face, okay? Anyway, so, Reagan, look at this. Falcon 9 has little flippy-doos on it. See them? That is to fix that problem. So take your cow controller for your hydraulic and make the curves on the cow controller, same idea, make them smooth. Don't make it a linear motion. You got to make it smooth. And then have something to flick this thing out. I have little hydraulics on MLV, a little tiny 1PT hydraulic that pushes the legs out, and then the cow controller goes. I put a delay on it. And I have a sequencer that deploys the legs on MLV, so they deploy the same way every time. Could I link up Starbase Simulator? Go ahead. Oh, yes, it will. Yeah, I'll just run you over with my truck. Whatever. My truck's bigger than yours. What? Anyway, back to these plane pictures. Joe, I want to see the rest of these. Hey. Oh, Doc. I love Doc. Joe, I can see you. How do the legs lock? On the same cow controller, T-Man, I have a lock function. Yep. And then, unlike the Sentinel-1B satellite, I have a double redundancy that I've tested. If the landing legs don't lock into place, I have another action group, AG0, to toggle, to enable lock on my main hinges. That hinge that goes all the way down. My main landing leg hinges and the hydraulic. They both lock out. And the cow controller will lock them out. If, for instance, I am coming down a little too fast and the cow controller doesn't finish in time, I can hit the lock button and they will they will lock into place and MLV will come down and land in one piece. No problem. I love reconditioned warbirds. Well, dude, from what I was... okay, all right. Joe, you still here? Joe's the guy that took these pictures. Joe, you still here, buddy? I want to see. You got more pictures in here? Yeah, he's got more pictures in here. Nice. Nice. I wonder if Joe's still around. I was going to say, Oshkosh seemed like it was really good this year. Like, really good. Like, there was a lot of planes. There was a lot of good stuff there. Oh, that's sick. P-Pick, 22-month resub. What happens when you eat aluminum foil? You sheet metal. Remo, did you find that funny?
I'm not finding anything funny right now.
Uh-oh.
Can you mute?
Uh-oh. Am I being detained?
This has nothing to do with you.
Am I under arrest?
No.
Okay, we're good. I'll be right back. 1 second. See? See? Your jimmies do not need to be rustled.
They're pretty rustled right now.
No, there is no need to be upset.
They're extremely rustled right now, chat.
No. There is no need to be upset.
All you need to know, chat, is that I'm dealing with an ISP. So...
There's no need to be upset.
I'm very angry.
No, nobody's jimmies should be rustled.
I'm being held hostage by an ISP.
There's no need to be upset. Look at this. How can this picture not make you laugh? That is a lawnmower taking off. See?
I'm sorry, it's not...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, remember like a second ago, fellas, when I said like, oh, Verizon's really cool. I wanted to make sure. No, we had a hiccup. They changed our appointment.
Because they canceled the appointment, they had to change the date to a day later. And now we're not going to have internet for a whole day, chat. We're not going to have internet from Saturday till Monday.
Chat, there's no need to be upset, right? There's no need to be upset. There's no need to be upset. There's no need. Breathe! Breathe! The end is near! No internet! We're gonna die! This is fine. Calm down! Calm down! Back off, man! I'm a scientist. How fast can you get Starlink? How do you feel about your ISP now? They're still good. They're still good, Brimo. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. There's no need to be upset. Jimmy's. Your Jimmy's.
The Jimmies are rustled.
No. No, there's no need to be upset.
They're very rustled, chat.
Verizon is great, except when it comes to install and repair, since I have them cancel appointments so many times. Yeah. Yeah.
God forbid you call and talk to a human being and ask them to make a change to your order. Because they're just going to cancel it. And even though that slot should now theoretically be open, and you could just re-put the updated order in this new slot. Imagine a database that works functionally.
There's no need to be upset. The Jimmy, look at this lawnmower taking off. Yeah, I gotta smile. I gotta smile. We're good. We're good. That's making too much sense, though. Yep. Emotional damage.
Yeah, she did it and didn't tell me that it was going to make a she was like, oh, I'll call and get it fixed.
What's Buck saying?
That's what Buck was saying, is that it happens sometimes when you make a change to the order. But she didn't tell me that making that change was going to change our date. Because if that was the case, I would have just said, we'll talk to the guy when he gets there.
She said that on the call.
When?
I'm pretty sure. She said, I have to cancel the order and it might be another date.
She said she'd move it to the 10th, and I said, that's not good. And she said, I'll call the internal team and get it set.
Well, she got it to the 9th. That's pretty good. That means that girl did a good job. That means she worked pretty hard to get us a 24-hour delay. That's not bad considering what we asked for. I'd say they're being pretty reasonable, and you know I don't like ISPs either. That's pretty reasonable, no? Like, why would you expect a telecommunications company to be good at communicating over telephone? Yeah. Just use Starlink. Oh, yeah, let me just call Elon on. I have him on speed dial here.
Yeah, Buck, alright. Maybe I'll just give him a break.
Time to start EJ ISP?
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do Monday, Tuesday? What are we gonna do without internet?
Touch grass? Because we have a nice big lawn?
I don't want to touch grass.
What? Why do drugs when you could just mow the lawn? No, never give ISPs a break. It costs them nothing.
I mean...
Spend time together. Go swim in the neighbor's pool. That's right.
Chad, you keep saying, oh, use your cell phone connection, use your cell phone connection, use your cell phone connection.
Look at this. Look at this. No Jimmy's Russell. Look at my butt. Practice your entrance.
Don't you think that if my cell phone connection was good, I would not have a problem with this? Don't you think, chat?
Just say yes. Trust me on this. Just say yes. Just play salt. See? Yes! Yeah! Yeah, you're right. Screw him.
Where's our live view? That would be good. You could just set up the live view with all the different modems coming out of it. And
We have a cell booster, remember? We have a cell booster from the Route 154 thing. Modern problems require modern solutions.
I forgot we have a cell booster.
Modern problems
This
require modern
changes
solutions.
things.
I have no opinion. Sorry. You're killing me, LM. Look at this. I'm going to die. What's wrong with you? Set up stream at McDonald's. I don't think there's a Mickey D's anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, no. There's one down the street.
Oh.
Yeah, there's one down the street. And you made fun of us all saying 5G. I didn't. She did. That was not me at all. Do you have a LAN at the house?
I don't know. Not really.
I could make one. I can make one with refrigerator magnets. You take the L, the A, and the N and just...
Chad, this is further proof that internet is a utility and should be treated as such. Because you know how long it took me to set up my utilities? I didn't even have to blink. And it was done.
I mean, you're right, but also with the amount of internet that we use, if the internet was a utility, I'm pretty sure we'd be paying way more than what we pay right now. Like, way more.
You might be probably right.
I mean, I get it, like net neutrality and everything, but also... I use a lot of internet. I use a lot of bandwidth, and if it could get that at a fixed rate, I'm good with that. I'm good with that, man. Yeah, you just keep making what it's making, because if it was a utility, I'd be screwed. The internet price would go way up.
When you put it like that,
Yeah.
this isn't as big of a problem.
I mean, you're right, but also, no. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry to ruin space news. I was just very upset about my jimmies were very rustled.
Here, does this help?
Not really. It's
No?
just a plane.
What about that one?
Meh.
What do you mean, meh?
Now I'm thinking maybe we should paint or something those days.
Oh God. Yeah, I mean, we could. Do you have AC in the garage? I mean, we hate you, but we don't want you to boil.
Do you need AC in the garage?
We can set up a split. That's also a U2, by the way.
That doesn't look like Bono at all.
Bono's flying it, obviously.
Oh.
Bono, my landing gear, mate. My tires, they fell off, mate. They're really falling off, mate. If you get it, you get it. Do these planes, any of these planes do it for you?
Those are cool. Those look like World War II era.
They are. That's an F6. That's an F4. I don't know what that one is. F8?
Yeah.
Last? What about this one? You like those ones?
Okay.
Yeah? Do you like those? Those look cool. Those are neat.
Are they delivering my internet on time? Because I set up this appointment a month ago.
I mean, the airport's just down the road, just saying.
And the appointment didn't even ask me if I wanted this option. I had to call.
Well, what about that? Does that do anything for you? There's fire coming out the back, like there's daggers shooting out of your eyes right now. I mean, it's true. It's like two of these planes taking off like next to each other. Hey, Dak, how's the kid, man? Everything good? I said I'd keep the kid in my thoughts. How we doing? That's just bad for a business connection. You want to see cool? Watch this. She's doing better. Fever down. Good. Good. That's good to hear, man. What is this?
Why do I... What?
No. The why do you what? Brimo already lost. You already lost it.
Anyway.
It's an angry cigarette lighter. See last, please.
Anyway.
Triple Dog dare you to name all these. Can we go to Oshkosh next year?
Where's Oshkosh?
Wisconsin?
I've never been to Wisconsin.
Yeah, me neither. But also, so, you know how an auto show is where everybody just gets together and shows off their cars?
There's a plane show.
Oshkosh is that with planes.
That's pretty cool.
There is plane parking lots.
You should stream that.
Yeah. Can we get an XJ emote? No? It's Minnesota, but with more cheese.
That cell booster's a good idea, damn it.
Yeah, see? Modern problems require modern solutions.
Sorry, I'm just like...
No, it's good.
Chad, if you work for Fios, I'm not happy with them. But...
I am. Love for Wisco. There you go, Jeff. Right on. You can go with the truck and tell them you are lost. Well, okay. Do people mod their planes?
I'm leaving.
Oh, yeah. All right, baby.
I love you.
Love you too. Yeah, someone, of course. It's a little tougher to modify an airplane,
Discovery,
right?
go and
Because you have to go through the FAA. Just like SpaceX, every plane, you have to get an FAA certification on it. But yeah, there are people that like LS swap Bush planes. No joke. Yeah, they're really freaking cool, actually. I mean, the whole Oshkosh is EAA. That's nice, Tessa. That's quite nice. Yeah, or you get an experimental plane. Yeah, that's what EAA is. It's the Experimental Aircraft Association. That's the technical name for Oshkosh. It's really cool. You could deem it experimental, but your insurance will be ridiculous. Airshow, please, 2023. Airshow at P's 2020. Oh, okay. All right. The Reno Air Race planes. Oh yeah, someone here. Check this out. We'll keep on the plane kick and then we'll get back to space news. So there's a guy that shows up to the Reno Air Races with this thing. Look at that thing. That's Voodoo. Voodoo is a highly modified P-51. It's a P-51D, highly modified for plane racing. So it has the Merlin engine in it, right? Like a regular, like P-51, regular P-51 Spitfire, but he's got a smaller canopy on it, and then there's he's got like the canopy fairing behind there. It's got chopped wings, and so this thing has the propeller assembly from a more modern propeller fighter. I believe Voodoo, if I'm remembering correctly, has an A1 Skyraider prop hot rodded to the front. A much more modern. The A1 was a much more modern propeller plane. They used the A1. They used the A1 basically as a plane to do the A10's role until the A10 came around. So, and yeah, it's got like a modern supercharger on it. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Voodoo is nuts. So yeah, so when people modify their planes for air racing, yeah, all the time. And GM people will love this. Dude, I'd fly it. Sure. Dude, you know, that motor's never gonna break. It's not like it's gonna break or something. Bandit, I love it. I don't know how I feel about doing that to a P-51. Well, you asked if you could modify a plane. How's that? That's a little more power than the what's in Cessna 150? It's a Lycoming, right? It's a Lycoming 4-cylinder. It's got a V8 in it. Whatever. A little heavy for the roll. That's an LS6. It's all aluminum. Motor's super freaking light. It's aluminum sleeved and the combustion chambers are sleeved with steel, if I'm remembering right. So, yeah, that thing probably freaking screams, dude. Can you 2JZ swap a Cessna? I don't think you have enough space for that. I mean, yeah, if you can fit it, sure. But once again, you have to register as an experimental aircraft. But yeah, of course you can. You can do all kinds of stuff. You just have to get the FAA You have to get the FAA to not hate you. How do I make the XJ go faster? No. Yes, it's not about going faster with you. That thing is designed to make torque. All the torques. Get beefier axles, man. We need beefier. We need a Dana 60 under there. Dana 60 front and back with a MPT transfer case. I think it's an MPT transfer case. That thing is designed to go anywhere. That Jeep could go anywhere, dude. You could off-road with that. You could drive that well into the woods. I mean, that thing is designed to, like, it's designed for trails. So here's what you do. You take it up to the mountain region, right, in New Hampshire, go up to Kangamangas and drive it up a freaking mountain, dude. I want torque at high speed. Those, well, you are never going to get both of those things. Once you get past 5,252 RPM, that's not a thing. You're swapping one for the other, no matter what the engine. Weird, huh? Turning a factory plane into experimental is heavily frowned upon from a value standpoint. Yep. P-51 had a max speed of 440. Voodoo has been clocked at 554. Can I fit an F1 V6 engine in there? You guys, here's the thing. Car engines can work in planes. There's a thing, though. The sump, the oil sump. You have to be very careful with that. Cars are not designed to work in multiple dimensions like this. And even when they do, you'd need like a rally car style sump. You would need to put baffles in your oil tank, and then you would need a catch can with a reservoir or something. Because you basically need a dry sump system. So if the motor doesn't have an aftermarket dry sump on it, you're gonna have a bad day because you're gonna go to turn, right? You'll bank the aircraft, and all the oil will go to one side of the oil pan, and then the pickup will suck up air, and then your engine just bye-bye. You lose oil pressure with a car motor. That's it. That's game over. So you need a dry sump. What's the name of the insulation that is on your garage? I don't know what type of insulation it is. Sawyer, insulation is measured in, it's R. There's R and then a number. It's R48 on the ceiling because that's the building code. And I pulled the permits. That building is up to code before I bought the house. It's R48 on the top and 24 on the sides, dude. I parked the truck in there this afternoon and closed the door because I didn't want it baking in the sun. And the garage turned into an oven. I'm like, it was like 10 degrees hotter in there. Can I slap a turbo on that intake? You'd be better with a centrifugal charger. Those engines, that 4.0 is designed to make torque. It's really not supposed to go fast. I will tell you that right now. It's really designed to just make a lot of torque for the size of the vehicle. I mean, you can make it go fast if you really want to, but the 4.0 probably wouldn't be your best bet. I found this. Tuner hits 861 horsepower with 4.0 with 4-liter straight 6. Yeah, no, I know. Think about it like rocket engines, okay? Think about it like a rocket engine. So, yeah, that guy made 860 horsepower. Is it reliable? Is that just a one-time pull? It's like with SpaceX talking about Raptor with chamber pressure. Raptor 1s could hit 300 bar chamber pressure and then basically explode. Raptor 2s can do it all the time. They can do it reliably. Why? Well, they're built a lot better than Raptor 1 engine. They, like Elon was talking about eliminating flanges and stuff, so they can get a turbo pump, an impeller outlet pressure higher than Raptor 1 before the flanges go, right? He said that. He didn't blow the welds on the intake. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, here's the thing. You can throw a turbo on it. Go ahead. You're going to screw up stuff downstream. Oh, great. That guy made 861 horsepower. Can it do it reliably? Pull that thing. Get that engine running up at like 5,200 RPM, right? And then leave it there. And provided you can cool it, see what happens. Can it reliably stay up there at 860 horsepower? Probably not. It'll probably break. But just like Raptor 1 to Raptor 2, car engines are the same way, dude. You got to start going and screwing with the internals of the engine. You need stronger components in there because it's all about reliability. And just like a rocket engine would be engineered to a factor higher than what you're trying to get to, you do the same thing with your car. Same thing. Now, first of all, I would say as that's your only car. Don't screw with your only car. Buy another one. Buy another daily and screw around with that. Or don't screw around with that, and then you can screw around with your car. Secondly, the 4.0 straight 6 can be built. You can build that, sure, absolutely. But you want to build it reliably. If you want to build an engine for like 400 horsepower, aim for an engine that makes 600 on the dyno, and then detune it to 400 to where you want. Just like what Peter Beck was talking about with Neutron's engines. Have them over-engineered. Have your build factor like 1.5% of what you want to make. So like if you're designing an engine that makes like 1,000 horsepower, make it make 1,500 on the dyno, and then tune it back to 1,000 horse, and it'll never break. It'll never break. You'll just reliably be making power. I'm wondering if I'd have to read that article, but I'll bet you that guy's not reliably making 860 horsepower with a 4-liter Jeep engine. And if he is, dude, the thing must be using like Inco pistons or something. It's like probably a $10,000 build. So, what you got there is failure to communicate. No, what you have with that 4.0 Cherokee XJ is one of the most reliable engines ever built, ever. Nothing can kill that 242 unless some bonehead screws with it. Sawyer, I'm looking at you. Dude, those things, you could get 300,000 miles out of that motor. Don't screw with it. Use that as your daily, find another car and mess with that. Dude, it's impossible to kill that motor. I don't know what the heck AMC did to that engine, but it doesn't break. Roundabout, S-Master just bought an XJ. He bought an XJ Cherokee. What was it, like a 99, 2000? XJ 4.0 limited, fully loaded, dude. Yeah, we were looking around for it on Craigslist. He got it fully loaded, and I told him to show up with cash. And dude, money talks. I told you. Yeah, it's totally hooked up, and get this, it's been in New York. It's been in New York this whole time, no rust. I don't know how the guy did it. There's no rust on that thing. I FaceTime S-Master this afternoon, not FaceTime, it was a Discord video, and he showed me. It's no rust. How? How is that possible? Hey, yeah, that's my bad. 97, there you go. This is reliable, 2000. Listen, snorted nice. I don't know how that happened, roundabout, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. Inside tarp? Maybe. It wasn't garage, the paint's burnt off the hood, Tesla Roadster style. Or at least what we think happened to the Roadster, the Falcon Heavy Roadster. Yeah, that thing is melted. So what you got to do is work on winterizing the heck out of that thing. We need to find some good rubberized coating, and we need to hit the undercarriage with as much rust preventer as we can. And then just drive that. And then if you want to buy a Corvette, we'll go buy a Corvette and we'll screw around with that thing. My brother's is a 97 too. How did you break that engine? How is that even possible? Dude, I've never heard of anyone breaking that engine. My sister had an XJ like that, Sawyer, and she ran it with like less than a quart of oil for like 10,000 miles, and the thing was just like. I remember when she went off to college, she was like, "Yeah, you could drive this around. I don't need it anymore." I'm like, "All right." So I drove it around in the winter because I didn't want to screw up my car, right? And I remember, I'm like, "When's the last time you changed the oil?" "Huh? You need to do that?" I'm like, "Oh." So I pulled out the oil. There's like a little smidgen of oil at the bottom. And I drained it. A little smidgen of oil comes out. Put the oil back in. Thing ran fine. I'm like, this thing literally ran on no oil for God knows how long. Yeah, 2 rules that I abide by. And before you say, "Oh, that's funny coming from you," well, I learned these rules the hard way. 2 rules. Never screw with your daily driver. Ever. Always have reliable transportation. Always. Summer car style, right? Always have reliable transportation. Once I got Uncle's van, I took the Rusco and I threw it in a dumpster with the tractor, and it was funny. Secondly, don't take apart a vehicle. This is the one I learned the hard way. Do not take apart a vehicle unless you have parts to put it back together. So, i.e., if you want to swap a motor on something, make sure you have the motor and swap it. And don't just take apart a vehicle in the garage. That doesn't end well. Speaking from experience, man. Yeah. Don't do that. Bad idea. That's how I killed my first car's engine. Didn't check the oil levels often enough. Piston seized and it poked a hole through the block. An inspection hole. Yep. A little smidgen. Yeah, Tessa. Water in the intake has a tendency to break things. Yeah, physics. All right. Back to space news. Oh, I do have one more thing. Guess how? Dude, I calculated the truck's fuel economy. I have the trip set from... I have the trip on the odometer on the truck. I set it after I filled it up with gas on Monday, and it has a third of a tank left. It's a 15-gallon tank, right? So 15 divided by 3, so we've used about 10 gallons of fuel, and the thing's gone, I don't know, how was on the trip? Like 230 miles or something like that? Long story short, the truck's getting over 20 miles to the gallon. Don't ask me how. I manual transmission, highway miles, probably. But, yeah, truck's getting like 25 miles to the gallon, which is odd. Yeah. See you last when you get a chance. Sure, man. And, T-Man, I have your Roberts Road pictures, too. I clicked on those. Moto, I don't see your last. Did you get me that link that you wanted to check out? Do you think that Craigslist is a good place to look for used cars? Facebook Marketplace. Craigslist is on its way out. Facebook Marketplace, dude. Yeah, Juicepot. It's pretty good. Yeah, you broke the rod. Sawyer. Once again, you're the only person I've ever met that killed a 4-liter Jeep engine. You're the only one. I've driven one around. I know plenty of people that drive Jeeps around. My cousins have Jeeps. You're the only one. I've never heard of anybody breaking that motor like that. Yeah, Moto, link it up when you get a chance. All right. Starbase Simulator. Oh, look at this. All right, I'll look into it, dude. I'll look into it. Anyway, 28 to the UK gallon. That's pretty dang good. That's better than a new BMW. Tessa, I couldn't believe it. Let's see. I drove the truck down there on Monday. Twice. I drove the truck there and back twice on Monday. So it's like 40 miles there, 40 miles back, 40 miles there, 40 miles back, right? And then today, so yesterday we took the Fusion down because we were moving delicate stuff, so I don't want delicate stuff like computers or whatever in the pickup bed, right? Bouncing around in there. That's no good. So we moved delicate stuff with the Fusion yesterday. And then we took the truck there and back again today. So that's 40 there, 40 back. So 160, 200, 240 miles. 240 miles, and it still has a third of a tank left. Jeez. It's 10 gallons for 230 miles. That's pretty damn good considering the truck weighs 4,000 pounds. It's heavy. That's a heavy truck. It's pretty good, man. I'm glad I stand out. Only reason I asked is because my dad said I was wasting time in the Ford lot. Livid, I'll be honest with you. If you want daily, good, reliable transportation, buying a new car isn't bad. It's just new cars are hard to work on if something goes wrong. I like working on older stuff. That doesn't mean that you can't buy a new car and work on it. Of course you can. They're just harder to work on. Like that Ford, tough enough. I threw it together in a parking lot. You couldn't do that with a new car. No way. Not a chance. You get a kick out of it sometime? Right on, right on. Oh, that's good, Tessa, yeah. EJ threw this truck together in a parking lot. Yeah. I will admit, though, I think the front brakes are, the front brake rotors. Yeah, we might need, those might need to be changed soon. They got a little bit of scoring going on. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. I'm thinking of buying like an old Mini in the UK, apparently. Easy to work on, just for you to learn. Yeah, Alleviate, Minis are my summer car simple. In fact, the car in my summer car is based off of a Mini. Not a lot of people know that. The Datsun 100A it's a Mini on the it's a Mini underneath it. Yeah. Even the engine, the A100 engine, that's a Mini engine. Seriously. In comparison to your truck on a mass fuel ratio, your bike's junk. Yeah, rotors are idiot simple. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, you have two 100-gallon tanks, get roughly 9.5 to 11 miles per gallon at 78,000 pounds. Damn, POD. It's pretty good, dude. That's big rig stuff. I'm talking about just a 3/4 ton truck. It's pretty, 25 miles a gallon. It's pretty damn good for a 3/4 ton truck. I'm like, oh, wow. I thought I would be screwed with fuel prices, but it's not too bad. It's just old, T-Man. My brother is pissed right now. He had to buy a new truck due to his job. The prices of trucks are ridiculous. Yes. Yes. Last, please, when able. Yeah, okay, man. Rotors are easy to fix, yeah. And Alleviate, yeah. An old Mini, sure. Easy to work on. You'd be hard-pressed to find one that doesn't rust. I mean, it's Austin, so it's a BL car. It's a piece of junk. Like, look, dude, those things rust because they didn't seam seal anything because lazy. They didn't seam seal nothing. So those things rust badly. They got a bad case of tin worm. So I have the rear corner trim panels, but they don't they don't fit well with the wheel trim. So can I just cut them to fit? Sure. I would cut the aftermarket part, I would cut the aftermarket part before I would cut the original stuff. To be honest, they made a lot of XJs. So you can find the stuff, but I wouldn't screw with the stock, the trim stuff that came from the factory. The reason why is because even if you buy aftermarket trim like that, that's a factory reproduction. I find that it's just not usually as good. The quality isn't as good. But that kind of depends on where you're getting it from. Minis came with rust from the factory. It was a feature to make for easier maintenance inspection, dude. Yeah. Dude, yeah, exactly, Alleviate. BL was junk. They didn't seam seal it because, oh, I'm not getting paid to seam seal it. Never mind actually making a good product. Like, no, dude, those cars are junk. Like, junk. It's like any late 70s Malaise era US stuff. It's just junk. Ugh. Just caca. Just straight poo-poo. Not good. You have to do so much stuff to those old cars to get them to not suck. Even my truck, man, the 97, has a damn smog pump on it. So, to get better combustion, to make sure that, like, not as bad as stuff comes out the back, right? They have an air pump in it, in exhaust gas recirculation. So there's a smog pump, and also it's a California truck, so there's a freaking smog pump. It basically chokes the truck out by pumping the exhaust back in, so exhaust gas recirculation to be more efficient, but it chokes the engine off. You make no power. I bet you without the smog pump, we could probably get it up to 25, maybe even 30 miles to the gallon. I'm dead serious. Oh yeah, I bet you it could do it. I thought most US cars were junk anyways. Yeah, at least we still make cars, serious. Hey, what happened to Rover? Oh, they don't exist anymore. Interesting. Curious. Yes, provocative. Austin? Oh, that's gone. Yep. Okay. Jensen? Oh, that's gone too. McLaren make cars. Oh, yeah, that's great. They forcibly seize and scrap any car over 15 years old. Man, I'm really happy I live here, S. Vauxhall. That's GM. Mini, so that's German. Ford, that's American. Vauxhall, that's American as well. Aston Martin is Indian. McLaren is still British owned. Land Rover is owned by Tata, so that's Indian. Noble. Yeah, that was GM. Lotus, I don't know who owns Lotus. Jag, also Tata. Ferrari? Ariel! Apples! Very small rocks! Rip Pontiac. McLaren is part Bahrain. And now, don't get me wrong, we're not susceptible to this stuff either. Chrysler is owned by Stellantis. Stellantis. It's like, okay. Morgan. Oh. Enraged, look out your window. How many of these cars that you're mentioning do you see parked on your street? Just out of curiosity. You see any minis? A lot here. Well, the exception. Yeah, none. Have I missed Move Talk? How's the move going? It's going great, Loopy. Just talking about the truck. Loopy, the 250 is getting 25 miles to the gallon. That's not something I expected out of that thing. It's, yeah, 25 miles to the gallon. It's really good, actually. Because you know I live in Chelsea. Yeah, of course. I can see a British Mini from your door. No, Tessa, you can see through the British Mini because it's probably so badly rusty you see right through it. Those aren't windows. Those are, yeah. She's registered and passed inspection? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had it down in the garage this afternoon. I'll show you. We still have more space news to get through, fellas, but yeah, I mean, I don't mind talking about moving stuff, too. See? Yeah. I don't know if you can see the sticker there, but see the inspection stickers? There's one there, and there's one there. Truck's good to go. I don't think the XJ is getting 25. Manual transmission, dude. I'm telling you, it's the manual. Show the exhaust again? Oh. Okay. I took that picture standing on top of the shelves in the back of the garage to kind of see what it would be like if with a loft up there. Just to see what would happen. I gotta find the dang picture again. You know what? We'll do this way. Funny thing is, you would get better mileage without the tonneau cover. Without the tonneau cover and no tailgate, yeah, probably. But yeah, if I'm running a tailgate, which we need, the tonneau cover is gonna do you right. There was a Lancia Beta that a guy took super good care of. It was vacuum sealed, but then he opened the seal and it dissolved. Yeah, that generally is what happens. Let me find a better picture of the exhaust. There's water in the exhaust. Oh. Do you have a bathroom in the garage? No, there's no running water out there. There's just a hose attached to a spigot. So I have a garden hose out there, and that's about it. We can fix that, though. I know people. Dudes. All right. Yeah, Loopy, I don't know if you got to see the exhaust. I'll show you what I made. I made this. Yeah. You could tap off that to make a bathroom at least. I could get running water, Loopy. The thing is just getting it to go to the septic tank. That would be, I'd have to have a pipe going out and a pipe coming back to the septic tank because the septic tank's near the house. No, I made this. Yeah, so here you go. The bed creates a vortex that lowers drag. With an open tailgate or tonneau, the air just slams into it, creating more drag. Thank the Mythbusters for confirming that one. Yeah, check it out, dude. You need a return. You're on septic. Grimmer already kick you out to the garage. We're still in the apartment, Doom. We're gonna be here until the internet goes out. So basically Friday. Take it improves your economy because it creates a weird air pocket that works like a body shell. Yep. Yeah, I hear you, fellas. Yeah, no, it looks fine. It works. So the exhaust, I had an exhaust tip that goes to right here. That's where the exhaust terminated before. You can see where I took all the JB weld off. It's all on the ground right there. The exhaust came out right here, and they were like, no, it's too close to the cab. So I literally went to AutoZone, used all my rewards points, and we did an AutoZone special. Did you cover the BPS? Yeah, Doom, I did. Not 427 side pipes. Hey, it's still cool. Isn't it a little low? No, not really. It's no lower than the gas tank on the other side, dude. I don't know. I'd rather hit the exhaust before the gas tank. But yeah, see the drive shafts right there? It's fine. It's fine where it is. How much was this after rewards points? Yeah, sorry. You got to get a ZF. Get the ZF transmission. Dude, it's so nice. It's that's such a nice transmission. I don't know, Loopy, 60, 70 bucks, something like that. And I don't know about you, what I always do when I go into AutoZone is, or any parts store, I get the part number and then I get the SKU number too. Get the company's local SKU number, taken from somebody that works in inventory. I'm looking for SKU number 154154. That part will probably break. And dude, they will love you for it. They give me discounts all the time just because I don't waste their time. By saying, yeah, I'm looking for this for a 98, blah, 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 and it needs to be this, it needs to look like this. Dude, yeah, I'm serious. I talk to these guys and, you know, I'm like, I need this part, and I usually tell them what I'm doing, like how I'm doing it and stuff, you know. And yeah, they give me discounts all the time. Yeah, there you go, Sawyer. You can plumb a small sump and pump your solid side of your septic system, no problem. Yeah. Exactly, Sun Temple. Yep. So yeah, Loopy, probably about 60 bucks. Without my rewards and the discounts, it probably would have been like 150, 160. That's save like 100 bucks making this. Guys, it's all stainless. Your boy kind of splurged a little bit. It's stainless. I built a stainless exhaust. What? I wanted you can judge me all you want. You can judge me all you want. But we proved when I went there with a fully compliant exhaust and they failed it, we proved that it comes down to what it looks like and how you feel. There's no rules. There's no rules. It's just if the inspector's in a good mood that day. So I wanted the inspector to go into that car and look at that. And this looks right. That looks all nice and professionally done. Blah, 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 blah. It's all stainless pipes. You know, it was done correctly. Blah, blah, blah. You put the time and effort. Freaking passed. Freaking passed. Freaking passed. Whatever. There you go, Loopy. That's right. Are you going to cover the Blue Origin launch tomorrow? I am covering all launches tomorrow and simultaneously moving at the same time. Your boy ain't getting sleep for a little bit. Yeah, oh yeah, that part of the exhaust won't rust. Yeah. It's all stainless, man. And it's on this, and I got it with these flex hangers. With the flex hangers and then an exhaust clamp hanger. It is hanging on the original exhaust mount. It's hanging on the factory exhaust mounts. Your boy did good here. So this thing, it moves with the engine, just like it should. Yep. Exactly. The old exhaust looks terrible for us. Yeah, it looks terrible. It failed it. Nope. This one passed. Yeah, no problem. Oh yeah. Nope. No issues. It passed the combobulator test. So once again, the pipes were coming out right around here, which was too close. It was too close. It's too close. Can't have that. I literally extended it 18 inches because that's going to make a difference when you're driving down the road. Am I right? No. See what I mean about it's how you feel? Yep. Just put it out the side. It is 100% road legal. Now, Jam, I just have to get all that smog crap off the rest of the truck. Smog. What a joke. When's the afterburner going in? Actually, Space Herb, this thing pops flames out the back. It pops flames out the sides here when you get in on it. Yeah, that's right, Luke. 18 is a lot to some people, though. Right. It's when you're parked in the snow and traffic and need to run the engine to stay warm and alive. Yep. Doesn't it burn the tire? No. But yeah, I had so I learned two things from the garage today. I learned how good this insulation was, and I learned that you can also fit two cars in here, one of them being a heavy-duty vehicle with, yeah, ease. Very, very easy. Very easy. And it's not shooting flames out all the time. It lets flames out if you get off the revs really fast. So, like, if I have the pedal to the floor and then I let it off, some gas goes, some unburnt atomized fuel goes out the exhaust valve and hits the hot exhaust and pops. Yeah, flames shoot out the back. That does happen. When headers? Soon. Yeah, but this is like 90s EGR Hellfish. It's junk. I'm getting that air pump and everything off, and I'll bypass it. It's perfectly legal to do. It's not a diesel, so you do a booster 7 then. Pretty much. So we can expect you to sit there with a box in your hands and Brimo tossing stuff over your head into it while the rocket's going off, moving and streaming all at once. Yeah. So if you're a good player at Tetris, you could fit 4 in there, right? I am good at Tetris. I spent most of my formative years in high school playing Tetris in class and not paying attention. That's why I play Kerbal instead of working on real rockets. Wow, that got dark real fast. All right, cool. Subject change. When LS in a Ford Sparks. I mean, as a Ford guy, LS swapping like a Mustang, yeah, or the truck, that would be funny. Yeah, that would be funny. People would get mad. You would piss off Ford and Chevy guys. Yep. At first, I thought that was a pair of vice grips with handles welded to the exhaust. POD, I'm a little jank right now because I don't really have a shop to work on this stuff. I'm straight outdoor mechanic right now. But also at the same time, I'm not that jank, dude. These are exhaust clamps. I clocked the exhaust. I made sure everything was fitted correctly. You know, and up here where the junk exhaust goes into the stainless pipe, I did hit it with JB just to be absolutely sure. I grouted some JB on the end of the exhaust because jank. Like I said, janky, but I'm not that janky. I didn't weld any of that. That's all bolted together, guys. It's all clamped together. Yeah. It did pass, Facha, yeah. She's legal. I took this picture this morning. Yep. Why an LS? Isn't the Vortec more of a truck engine? Vortec is an LS engine, Loopy. It's derived from it. Yeah. The 5.3, that's a 327. It's a good motor. That is it's basically an LS. It's like a smaller LS. Mm-hmm. I grouted some JB weld around the flanges. Well, not around the flanges, where the pipe sleeves over the exhaust. We got a Vortec from my family's Suburban and rebuilt it. Those are good engines, Loopy. They're very well made. That's the legacy of Chevy. That's why people like Chevy so much, because Chevy is and it's kind of this way with like the LS and the LT motors and stuff, but they've kind of gone away from this. But Chevys back in the day, man, they were way easier to work on than Fords. Way easier. And I'm talking like way easier. So Chevy mastered like min-maxing, factorial style, like making as many cars as you possibly can with the least amount of parts. They were like in the 60s and the 70s and into the 80s, they were the best. You couldn't compete, because what Chevy's plan was, what they thought was that, you know, if you make the most amount of cars for the least amount of parts and you just have your production lines working overtime, you flood the market with good parts. And then it becomes, for the end user, you get a lot of brand loyalty because people will always go back to you. Because even if something breaks, you could find another part, and because they make so many of them, you could just put another part in. Luffy, they were so good at min-maxing, it got to the point where you could take engine parts off of a different style of engine and put it on another engine. You could take parts from a 400 cubic inch engine and put it in a 350 cubic inch engine. You could just take the crankshaft out and put it in the other one. In fact, hot rodders figured that out. They figured if you took a 400 crank and put it in a 350, because all the parts, there's so much standardization, you can make a stroker motor. That's what a 383 stroker is, right? This is like old school hot rodding. They made so many parts, you could just take parts off of big blocks and put them in small blocks. It's unbelievable. Like, they were so good at min-maxing, like Factorio style. That's why people like Chevy so much. The original Vortec V8 was a small block Chevy that was very specific to trucks with different intake bolt patterns. From there, they were just 5.3 and 4.8 versions of the Corvette Camaro engines. Yep. For example, my engine crank is from an LS1, heads are from an LS3, block is from an LQ4. Yep. Why make one good car when you can just make two cars? Well, Thailand, here's what they did. They made all the parts basically interchangeable so they could have less factory and make more cars. Like that. There were some non-interchangeable parts. Like, you can't take Pontiac quarter panels off and put it on a Camaro. You can't take Actually, I think you can do that. But they standardized as much as they possibly could. The idea is that, and the different GM brands were all the different tiers. So Cadillac had the most. That had the best stuff. That was all the best stuff off all of the lines, right? And then below that was like Olds, Buick. Pontiac was the sport brand and Chevy was the base model. That's how they did it. So Chevy was just base model stuff. But you could, if you wanted to, you want to get a car a little more pep and stuff, you could take BOP parts and put it on a Chevy. Buick, Oldsmobile, Pontiac. The Cadillac stuff, I'll admit, was a little bit more specialized. But Cadillac was making cars in the late 60s with power locks, power windows, AM/FM radio, like standard. An AM/FM radio in 1969 standard is insane. That's ridiculous. That's like cars coming standard with XM nowadays, which kind of everything does. But the point is like that wouldn't become industry standard for another 20 years at least. They would come with 8-track AC. Oh yeah, they were hooked up, man. Yeah, I have a 2007 F250 with 6.0 bullet. Yeah, POD. That's a good motor. Yeah. 2.5 hours later in no space. Not complaining, though. Interesting talk. Yeah, Vassia. Yeah, I know. Some BOP parts. Some of them don't. Some of them don't interchange because the engineers at Buick, Oldsmobile, and Pontiac wanted to keep their stuff separate. They wanted to keep that brand. Like, every brand brings something to the table. That's correct, Mile. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm saying this as a Ford guy. Like, I don't know the whole ins and outs of it. I'm sure there are Chevy savants out there that know way more about this than me. I know about it with Fords. Ford does the same thing, but they didn't do it to the extent that Chevy does. They did do it, though. I use Dodge Neon injectors in my Jeep. Yep. That's just playing Factorio in real life, man. Yep. That's what they do. The Firebird Camaro body parts are relatively interchangeable. Yeah, like GM had this one engineer. The nerds you'll like this. GM had one engineer that when GM rolled out with their F body, so the Camaro in 1967, they wanted to make a Pontiac version of it, and they wanted to just make a rebadged Camaro with Pontiac logos on it. And there was an engineer at Pontiac that said, hell no, I'm not doing that. No way. That's dumb. If it's Pontiac, it's got to be different. So the 68 Firebird came out the next year with a different grille, different quarters, stuff like that. But it's all it's all the same underpinnings, right? Anybody know what that engineer's name was? Anyone? You'll like this. I'll give you a hint. Stainless steel. Yeah, there you go, Jam. Got it. John DeLorean. Yep. Yes, that DeLorean. Yeah, he was an engineer for GM. He invented the muscle car. Pretty cool, huh? Elon Musk. No, not that type of stainless steel. Oh, that's good, Forge, yeah. Yeah, Hellfish. Like, once again, dude, I like my Fords, but I give Chevy guys a lot of crap, but I also know my history. You know what I'm saying? The truth of the matter is that I don't really care as long as it's cool and it goes fast. or it's just a good application. Like I love my truck, but if I had an 87 C20 or an 87 K20, oh yeah, I'd be driving that with a 454 in it and a 4L80 behind it, with a 12 bolt out back. Yeah, oh yeah, I'd be all over that. I'd be driving that just as much. That's the truth. Don't tell Chevy guys that, because then they'll just be annoying. DeLorean was an AMC, right? Negative. DeLorean Motor Company, established in the late 70s. First production car in 1981, the DMC-12. They made them for 3 years at a factory outside of Dublin, Ireland. Yep, they were made in Ireland. The chassis on a DMC-12 is borrowed from a Lotus. Like Tesla, like the original Tesla Roadster was borrowed from Lotus. Same idea. Yeah. People say DeLoreans handle like trash, when the reality, even the engine. The reality is the engine. The engine's junk. 180 horsepower. And like 100 foot-pounds of torque. It's crap. It's a Volvo engine. Peugeot, Renault, Volvo. It's called a PRV for that reason. It's junk. It's a junk motor. How did the move go? Still in the middle of moving, Sorden. Yeah. I'm still in the middle. We're about, I'd say, 40 to 45, somewhere in there. We moved a lot of stuff today. I've been going since early in the morning, which is why I'm kind of, I'll be honest, fellas, I'm letting myself get a little bit distracted talking about cars. But there is more space news, I swear. Honda motorcycle parts are surprisingly interchangeable. I put a 1970 dirt bike forks on a 1990 Rebel road bike. Yeah, farm. That's why people like Hondas, and that's why people like Toyota. Toyota does the same thing. I don't know much about my own truck. My dad sold it to me. It's an 02 F350. That's a nice truck, Moto. It's got a 5.4 in it, or 6.8. Does it got a Triton? Does it got a V10 in it? I like the V10. The DeLorean needed a turbo or a better engine. 5.4. 5.4 is kind of the red-headed stepchild of Ford motors, but it's all right. Yeah, Elfish, that's cool. I'll die before I give him my 4Runner. 4Runners are bulletproof, Thailand. If it's one thing Toyota knows how to do, and I'm saying this as Mr. America truck over here, Toyota can make trucks. They can make trucks. They make good trucks. 4Runners are freaking bulletproof, man. That V6 that they put in there is just... It's like that Jeep motor. It's like that 4-liter. It just doesn't break. I don't know how they did it. It just doesn't freaking break. How does this work? Please explain. Okay. Yeah, indestructible Hilux, indeed. And Tesla, that's not even the diesel motors. That's just Toyota. Yeah, they really broke the mold. I mean, it's unbelievable how good they made those engines. Because Toyota, believe it or not, Toyota is just Japanese GM. They do the same thing. They just min-max as much as you possibly can. In fact, if you're an industrial engineer, you've probably read about this before. An industrial engineer, there's a facet, or like a subset of industrial engineering called lean manufacturing. Lean manufacturing is where you regulate production rates and you scale around the bottleneck. Any Factorio player knows exactly what I'm talking about. You scale around the bottleneck. That's an idea that the Japanese brought to the table in the 80s, and that's why Japanese cars were so well made, because they scaled around the bottleneck. So whatever part was the longest lead, whatever part took the longest to make, you slow down other production lines. You don't make the workers do less work, you slow down the production line. So you don't speed up. You kind of regulate part flow rates. You can do this in Factorio. Factorio players know exactly what I'm talking about. That's called lean manufacturing. It's a subset of industrial engineering. I went from a Jeep to a 4Runner. Loved my XJ, but it was 25 years old. Yep. You've seen that the new Corolla GR's engine, the 3-cylinder. Yeah, that's a cool motor in Rage. Yeah, the GR is pretty neat. Not my style, dude. That's not my cup of tea, but they're cool. I respect it. It's cool. It's a cool car. That 3-cylinder is not my... Somebody says, oh, this has a 3-cylinder EJ. I'll be like, yeah, where's Okay, where's the other 5? What do you mean? You saw my truck. What are you expecting? I guess I do fat manufacturing, as I always build to stand still belts. Yeah, there you go. It's actually way easier to do it in Satisfactory. There you go. It's not very American for sure, but I do respect it. I respect good engineering, dude. I don't care who does it. Like, that's why, dude, there's like the Russian Ural. The Ural is a great truck because it's built simple. It's built simple. It's easy to use. It's got a 7.4 liter engine in it. It's derived from a big block Chevy, like a really old big block Chevy, but a big block Chevy nonetheless. A really, really old one. The Russian Urals are built that way, and I mean, look at the pounding that those things are taking on both sides in certain parts of the world. They just keep going. Just keep going. I can't understand why that engine has no timing belts or chains. Okay, Forge, this is a Renault engine. You're looking at a Renault V10 here. Why? You can't understand why that engine has no timing belts or chains. Okay, so if you want, yeah, this is pretty rad, first of all. Let me follow this for a second, dude. Let me follow the gears. So you do this if you really want to. This is more expensive, Forge. Obviously, it's a Formula 1 engine, but there are some engines from the factory that do stuff like this. This is way more expensive to produce than a timing belt engine. Okay, so let's take the engine on my Mustang, the 4.6 valve. It has a crank pulley right here. And then it has a chain that goes all the way up here to a single overhead cam over the head. And then the chain goes all the way back down here, goes over the water pump, goes all the way back up here, and it's on tensioners here, 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 and here. And then it goes up to the other, and then it goes back down. That's cheaper to make than all this. That's way cheaper to make. You only need 4 or 5 gears, right? You need your tensioner brackets, right? Water pump bracket, crank, and then the cams. This thing, one, it's designed to rev at way higher RPMs than my Mustang engine. The Mustang will go to like $6,000. But when you start getting on the high end, even with a timing belt or a timing chain, even with a tensioner, it'll start riding. It'll start bunching up because the chain can stretch. It can stretch, and it bends and stretches as it's being spun faster. It starts winding up. Think the cars that you push, like a toy car, you push it down and you pull back and it winds up the motor, and that coil winds up. The belt can wind up like that. It can start riding, even with the tensioners. And when it starts riding like that at higher RPMs, right? Your valve timing goes to hell. Your valve timing will not valve timing anymore, and the engine will start floating valves. Well, amongst other things, it'll start floating valves, and the relationship between the piston coming up at top dead center and the valves opening and closing, well, the relationship gets all screwed up because the timing belt is riding because you're revving so high. This is why you don't push engines into the red line, right? Now with this, they're using timing gears. This is much more reliable. You're much less likely to skip a tooth here. So this Renault engine, we know where those Renault engines get up to. They get up to 22,000 RPMs, and freaking hell, I miss them. I miss that damn. I miss that noise, dude. The modern Formula 1 cars, they kind of sound cool, but it also at the same time sounds like a tuba taking a dump, to quote Mighty Car Mods. So all F1 cars do that. Not modern ones. Modern ones don't have anything like this on here, believe it or not. This is this is timing gear. So that's your crankshaft right there. That's what's connected down here. If you look right there, it pops out right there. And then you have the timing cover, or the back part of the timing cover. And I'm not sure, I think these gears are there to just carry the ratio. So I'm noticing some strange things going on here. There's a lot of weird accessories here. So that's the crank. The crank spins and it hits this, and then it goes through a reduction right there because this gear goes to that gear, and that gear goes to this gear, and that gear spins those gears, and then it stays the same all the way up to the cam gears. So there's some kind of there's some kind of gear ratio here because the valves generally need to open the camshafts need to spin faster than the crank because no, the crank needs to spin faster than the valves. Sorry, I got that backwards. Because of four-stroke engines. Long story short, so with these gears, you're not going to get a timing belt running up at high RPMs. Forge, they gear it all the way to the cams. There are engines that do this. There are modern engines that do this. Cummins motors, Cummins diesel engines do this, so they can make insane amounts of torque and they don't have to worry about skipping anything. But yeah, there's also some weird accessory drives here. I think that might be the water pump over here, and then I think that this gear might be the oil pump. I'm not sure. I don't know what I'm looking at, to be honest. I know that your crank is right there because the crank has all the bolts attached to it, always. Like on a Formula 1 car like this, the crank usually has a bolt. But it's a dual overhead cam engine. Dual overhead cam mechanically actuated valves. Yeah, one of them could be hydraulics, yeah. Or Tessa, I mean, if you want to do a Colin Chapman, best part is no part, use the oil pump for hydraulics. Seriously, think about it. Have a closed loop system, right? Your oil pump's already making hydraulic pressure. Have a tap off of your oil pump to control the hydraulics on the car. As long as you're moving enough oil, it's fine. That's what I would do. Why take parasitic loss on your motor? You're already turning it. Is the right side not reduced? It should be the same ratio. It should be the same ratio from here to here on both sides, because yeah, you don't want one bank spinning at a different speed than the other. That's how a piston hits a valve, and that's the end of that. I don't think the right side is reduced. I think this gear is facing forward and that gear is backwards. See how this one has a small gear riding on a big gear? There's a small gear riding behind this one because the teeth don't line up, but the teeth do line up with the inner part of that gear. One gear is facing this way and the other one's facing that way. See what I mean? That's definitely a water pump, I think, over here because you see the impeller behind it. Or at least I think you can see an impeller behind it. That could be an alternator. I have no idea. I know that this one, and maybe this gear and that gear are accessory. These are just to carry the gears all the way up to the cams. So you just put two gears in line. Once again, they do this to make sure that the relationship between the valves and the piston going up and down don't change even at higher RPMs because of the belt riding. Now, oh, that's cool, Forge. Yeah, very nice. Yep. Yeah, see, timing gears for higher RPMs. Yeah, you could do this. They make some modifications. Like you can make your motor do this if you want your motor to rev. But it's funny because Formula 1 cars nowadays don't have stuff like this. They have pneumatically actuated valves. Yeah, pneumatically actuated. They pick up off vacuum and yeah. Think like if you guys know the Lego motors. They make Lego motors and with the Legos, and you use the you use the pneumatics to make the engine go. They do that with the valves. Yeah. Oh yeah. They pick up off engine vacuum and it moves. They make a vacuum basically behind the valve, and then I forget, they're basically blowing pressure in for a second and it pushes the valve down. Yeah, they use pneumatically actuated valve trains, which is just ridiculous to me. Are you familiar with the Gear Wars? They have pneumatic valve springs. I think they still use camshafts. Yeah, I think you're right. I think yeah, you're probably right. I remember reading about it one time, guys, but I don't mean to peddle wrong information like that. I just have a lot of info up here. There's a lot of stuff floating around. I didn't think we were going to talk about pneumatically actuated valve trains today. It's a pneumatic valve spring. Yeah, okay. That makes camless tech is still banned. Is what I'm describing, that's Koenigsegg's free valve, right? Free valve is what I'm describing, correct? I don't know. I forget. Somebody help me out. Yeah, that's free valve. Okay, sorry. I got free valve confused with an F1 engine. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? Anyway, that's cool, Forge. Anyway, let's keep... I'm going to get you guys back into space news. I swear, it was only an extra hour. But here, check this out. We'll switch back over to space news. At the NASA Advisory Council Tech Committee meeting, NASA's Jim Reuters says he believes Masten Space Systems is trying to reorganize under Chapter 11 to preserve its suborbital business, but not its lunar lander. He adds that the number of companies under CLPS is likely unsustainable. Oh, crap. Man, look at that thing, Forge, huh? F1 was going to do that way, but the FAA whined that the cars were getting too fast again. Yeah. Here we go again. Ah, shoot. Here we go again. Ah, shoot. Here we go again. There's that word, that unsustainable word again. So this is a NASA Advisory Council Tech Committee. CLPS is likely unsustainable. I'd be curious to see what Jim Reuter means by CLPS being unsustainable. I think it's justified there. There's too many contenders and too little market room for them. Yeah, I understand that, Loopy, but you gotta... Okay, that's a good point. You're absolutely right. Okay, so if somebody was gonna say that to me, dude, here's what I would go at them with. You're making the market. The hell do you mean it's unsustainable? You're the one NASA's the one sustaining the market. What do you mean it's unsustainable? What are you talking about? I don't... What? Yeah, Elvish, exactly. CLVia is a mama turtle laying 50 eggs. So? I mean, I don't... Loop, it just doesn't make sense to me that people that run these programs constantly say this, oh, it's all unsustainable. It's unsustainable. Oh, it's very unsustainable. You're the one that's sustaining it. What do you mean it's unsustainable? Taking chances on a bunch of folks and only like 3 are going to make it.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
So, if they don't make it, whose fault is that? Loopy, are they setting them up to fail? Like, was CLPS even remotely, like, if you're going to set up companies to fail by not paying them the correct amount of money for the task that they need to do, well, we all know where that gets us. Unsustainable is just a keyword for I don't want to spend political capital on this. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's Lube, I'm sorry, man. I can't get behind that. You can't run the program and then say that your own program is unsustainable. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And if people are saying that's a catch-all term, yeah, that means you screwed up. All right? Maybe we awarded too many CLP. Maybe we awarded too many CLIPS contracts. The Viper is already behind schedule because they didn't understand the scope of the project. That's terrible systems engineering. I think another issue is that companies severely underbid to win. If I recall correctly, one company bid like $30 million to build the lander and to cover their launch services. Well, then they, Phil, how is that's money laundering? That's a freaking money racket, dude. That's. I think everything at the order all of it's probably a buzzword. Yeah, maybe caveman. I don't know. Not really, since the companies were the ones that placed the bids and then failed to secure private funding. Kimmich, you should be fired if you save it. Yeah. You can do the math. NASA gave a $75 million contract to Maston. The latter spent $66 million already without even paying the launch provider or integrating any payload yet. Yeah, farm. The thing is that Clips was an idea from the last guy. Clips was Jim's idea. That's not good. This isn't good because if see, here's my problem here. NASA's just going around handing out money, right? And these companies, they're handing out money, and these companies are underbidding to get a contract, right? And somebody at NASA should have said, "There's no way you can do this for $30 million." That's like NASA saying, "We want to send people to the moon," and SpaceX submitting a bid for like $100 million. You'd be like, "Yeah, we can go to the moon with that." Oh, we'll fund the rest. Nah, no. Even SpaceX in the case of HLS still had to bid $2 billion for their contract, and that's with Elon basically matching the contract price himself. That's basically what happened. If you go and read the HLS contract, like, there's got to be somebody at NASA that has to look at this and say, there's no freaking way you're building a lander for the moon, even to land like 100 kilos on the surface for $30 million. That's not happening. I just found out I have jury duty that day. Is SLS still 829? I just found out I have jury duty. Psycho, it's very easy. It's all right. You will very rarely hear this from me, okay? Whatever state you live in, okay? Look at what the majority of people are, what color the state is, you know what I'm saying? And then we're the opposite thing to the courthouse. Trust me. Yeah, you'll get thrown out. The lawyer will throw you out real quick. Yeah, trust me. Trust me, do that. Or you could just go, I mean, I'm not saying do this. You could go to the jury duty where they go to pick the jurors, go up with like a, you know, like a huge hammer and sickle on your shirt or something. They'll be like, "Nope. Nope. You're biased. Get the hell out of here." That's the easy way to get out of jury duty. Yeah. Yeah. First SLS launch remains on schedule for August. Cool. Yep. I'll get more into that in a second. Do you want to get picked? Actually, guys, I'll be 100% real, and if anybody from Best Buy is watching this, sorry. I hope you can understand where I was coming from. I did jury duty like back in 2015 or something. I didn't tell anybody about it. I didn't tell the stream. Yeah, I tried to get selected. I tried to get selected so I could get like a week off, and the case went to trial and stuff, and I got to deliberate and stuff. It was cool. It was fun. I may have told this story before. The defendant ran out of the courtroom. Yeah, while we were deliberating, and there was a getaway car in front of the courthouse. True story. Yeah, not making that up. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm like, damn, dude, this isn't like My Cousin Vinny at all. It was pretty cool. I'll check those flyover pictures in a second. Yeah, the judge went, so we deliberated, right? I didn't see the guy run out of the courthouse. We deliberated, right? And while we were in deliberation, this guy was accused of drug trafficking, right? And I'm not going to say what the verdict was, right? And we came back to deliver the verdict, right? And I noticed the defendant was gone. And then the judge came over to us and said, "Well, you know, thank you for your deliberation. We appreciate it. The prosecutors, thank you, et cetera, et cetera." He goes, the defendant has left the building voluntarily without our consent, and we are currently going and finding him now. And I'm like, oh. Okay. Yeah, guy had a getaway car waiting in front of the courthouse, Jim. I'm not a dude. Swear on my mother, dude. That's what happened. It was the weirdest thing ever. Oh, yeah, Adam. I know about that video. I don't like people that go and mess with that thing. It's really annoying. Check your tip messages. Oh yeah, that's right, Fernando. I'm sorry. Hello, handsome. May I procure your services? Oh. Hello, handsome. May I procure your services? Ah. Oh my goodness. Did they get him? You know what, Tylen? I did not sit and wait to find out because that guy saw our faces. He saw the jurors' faces. Yeah. I got in my car and got away from that courthouse as quick as possible. Yep. I was like, nope. I'm still watching. I can't wait to see the part where they get him or if it was clickbait. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I won't say what happens, Adam. But yeah, I don't like it when people go and see Buran. It's... Yeah, it bothers me a lot, to be honest. Like, even though it's a Russian, it's technically a Kazaki guy owns that spaceship, but he doesn't care about it. I don't like it when people go and they climb into the dang thing and they ruin it. It's like it's some piece of playground equipment. It bothers me, dude. It really bothers me. You're just jealous. Adam, let me put it to you like this. If I owned that space shuttle, that would be in a hermetically sealed room. Yeah. Yeah. And it wouldn't be just rotting in a freaking hangar. Hey, Linark. They only fined him $100 because you can get a permit to go in there, and he didn't, apparently. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that kind of sucks that the Clips program is doing what it's doing, but... anyway... Let's get to the next bit of space news here. So, at this morning's Earth Science Advisory Committee meeting, NASA's Karen St. Germain says the agency is working on a plan for launching the 4 remaining TROPICS CubeSats after the first 2 were lost on an astrolaunch in June. Still excited about science for TROPICS satellites can do. Working on a plan for launching the 4 remaining TROPICS CubeSats. Oh. Yeah, see Andrew's tweet on that. Okay. So, Andrew's saying, sounds like Astra may be losing this contract. It sounds like it, fellas, but I'm going to call that a little bit of a stretch. It's probably not wrong, and that probably does suck, but... I would wait. Actually... I would wait. I would wait on that. Yeah, I would wait on that. Yeah, I would hold off on that, dude. I don't... Yeah. Yeah, be careful with that. There's no... Dude, we could be twisting words there. Working on a plan for launching the 4 remaining TROPICS sats. Hello, Signerd. Hey, 30-month resub. Astra's earnings report is tomorrow after close. Yeah, Creeper, the CFO dumping stock wasn't from a week ago. It was from back in May. I reported that they were dumping stock because I saw somebody say that they were dumping stock, and then I went and actually looked at the earnings thing. It's from back in May. Yeah. Before the TROPICS failure. Yeah. So I'm hesitant to see anything that people say. Like, I'm hesitant to be like, oh yeah, that's probably going to happen from anything that has to do with Astra unless it comes from Chris Kemp's mouth, to be 100% honest with you. But investors might kill them. Yeah, at the same time, yeah, we'll see. Their earnings report is tomorrow, so we'll figure out what happens then. But Chris Kemp also dodges questions. Didn't we learn that people dodge questions right like that because they have a fiduciary responsibility for shareholders to make the company money and not vice versa? And, you know, if you're the CEO and you're willingly found doing the opposite of that, you can get sued for a lot of money by misleading people. Didn't we learn that from the whole Twitter thing, fellas? He has to dodge the question. He can't report it. Which is why, I'll be honest with you, fellas, that's the exact reason why if I had a spaceflight company, I would never take it public unless I absolutely freaking had to. Screw that. That's one of the reasons why that's not one of the reasons. It's one of many why I like SpaceX, why Elon said they'll never go public with that company. That's a good call. Because, dude, can you imagine if we had a spaceflight company that ended up like Activision Blizzard? Or EA? F that. No, we don't want that at all. I want the opposite of that. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Yeah, do it. Yeah, that's not. I don't think rockets are reliable enough to get to that point yet. It's in the fairing. EA Sports. It's in the game. Microtransactions in space. Yeah. Did you see Elon said the first successful orbital test will be 1 to 12 months from now? Yeah. Yeah, Chill Simba 1. Yeah, how reliable is your rocket? Well, it just works. Fellas, you see how stupid this sounds? This is why I want NASA to have their own robust in-house program. For this exact thing, because this could happen. It could happen. I told you, the incessant need for commercialization could backfire. Badly. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Is that what you wanted to hear? Is that what you wanted to hear, chat? I'm talking about fiduciary responsibility of shareholders, and I'm talking about the need for a healthy and redundant government and private space program working together, and you guys are singing nursery rhymes. E-I-E-I-O. Damn it! Take the wind out of my sails like that! Yeah, caveman, right? Yeah, Signerd, maybe. That's almost, yeah, you're talking about, like, paid DLC for spacecraft is like having a company charge money to turn on, like, the heated seats in your car or something. That's ridiculous, Forge. Yeah. Fellas, I will never, ever, 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 ever buy a BMW. Ever. I don't care, old, new, nope, nothing. Never. BMW was my favorite German car maker. Guess what? Now it's Mercedes. Yeah. You know how much you have to screw up for me to like Mercedes? I don't like Mercedes. But now I do. No, Grab Shark. No. On my auto streams, we will never, ever, ever. I will never buy a BMW for the automotive streams. Ever. Ever. No engines, no parts, no nothing. Never. Never. Ever. I'm not about to see the auto industry go the way of the gaming industry. We all know how that happened. We all know how that ended up. If one company does it and they get away with it and we all support it by being a bunch of freaking cattle, every company's going to start doing it. No way. I'll never touch a BMW ever. Ever again. Ever. Porsche, yeah. It's a Volkswagen, but yeah, it's all right. Merc has been working on the same concepts. Yeah, Brad, I will never support anything. I'll never support any type of subscription stuff like that. The only thing where I think a subscription works is with a product that constantly updates. So I think that subscription-based model works better with Tesla and their autopilot because Tesla constantly gives you more product. They give you more thing. Your car appreciates in value because the autopilot upgrades over time. That's actually pretty damn smart. Everything else? Hell no. No way. Tesla does it right. I will say that. But Tesla's right to repair is still garbage. But I understand that you can't, like, that makes sense though. If you're going to pay a subscription on a product that constantly upgrades, Tesla is liable if you have a car that you modified yourself and the autopilot doesn't jive well with it and it parks you up a tree. I could see why they don't want people working on their cars. That makes sense. Everybody else though is just snaking for cash. Screw that. Bring something new to the table if you want a subscription, not charging for heated seats. I will never, ever, ever associate with any brand that does anything like that. Guys, even if Ford does it, I'll be like, nope, excommunicated. Nope, never. Jailbreaking the car, good for them. That's fine. That's still brand recognition. Hey, did you happen to see the video from Bald and Bankrupt? It was literally link gibber in chat probably about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I've seen it. It's a cool video, dudes. And that's so cool that people are bringing publicity to Buran. But I really, dude, it breaks my heart seeing people crawl around in that thing and crawl around the hangar and go and climb into the damn thing and treat it like a piece of playground equipment. It really, that hurts. I don't like that at all. I really don't. It's not only heated seats. Yeah, no, yeah, Forge, I'm never, ever. So I don't, dude, nothing. Nothing. I will never say a BMW is a good car. Frick the 3 Series. The Mercedes 190 was the best chassis of the 90s. Am I right? The 190 Cosworth? Frick the M3. Martin Brundle said that the 190 was the best one. Yep. Yeah, I don't care. Grab Shark. That's not a car. That's dead to me. Technically, it's not Buran. It's Burya. Burya is the name of that. It's the second orbiter in line, the second spaceflight orbiter. That was going to be the first orbiter that flew people into space. Buran was going to remain as an unmanned test article, if people really want to know that. Burya was the one that was going to fly 2 cosmonauts into space on a test flight in 1993. And unfortunately, 1993 was the... Oh yeah, that's right. Boris Yeltsin called it unsustainable. This is fine. Remember the AMG Mercedes Hammer from the early 90s? Yeah. Burya. B-U-R-Y-A. Yeah. So the 2 test articles that are in that building, Gibber, are, and for everybody else, is 102. So that's Burya. Wikipedia calls it that Petish or something. Yeah, it's Burya. That's what the Russians call it. And, well, since it's kind of Russian/Soviet design, I call it what they call it. And then there's OKMT, which is it's a test article. It's a static test article. What's tomorrow's plan? I'll be here for all the launches. So, Yeah. Closing up the BMW thing, I will never have anything to do with BMW ever again. Ever. And it's kind of sucks. It would be cool to, like, maybe in the future buy an M3 or something, but no, I'm not doing that. Energia would have been pretty nice, but alas, City Robo Energia was literally one of the best lifters that humanity has ever come up with. Seriously, it was the chief engineer of that whole thing was Valentin Glishko. Glishko knew what he was doing. He was very smart. Never got his due though, because him and Korolev didn't really like each other. I don't know, Kesabrad. I'm not sure. I won't. Anybody that does some kind of subscription service like that for options in the car that we've had in cars for a very long time, I won't support that brand anymore at all. My love for ice cream is unsustainable. Yep. Twitch subs are a subscription service, ergo I'm never using Twitch again. Kappa. Wow, that was a pretty bad attempt at a joke. You can watch this stream for free. You know that, right? If Twitch, seriously, if Twitch put my stream behind a sub wall so you had to subscribe to watch the stream, that'd go, oh, I'd be gone. I'll go somewhere else. Thank you very much. Yeah, Tessa, it's been covered. What's this one then? I'll find other ways to do what I do. What is this, Forge? We still have a little bit of space news, and we still have the Starship update. And it's free. Why am I paying for it then? Because you like supporting good content, am I right? That one. Oh, this is the one at Monino. That one right there is Buran 201. So, all right. We'll do a little thing on Buran. That's not, no, Loopy, that one isn't wood. It's Buran 201. This is at Monino. Or no, it's not Monino, it's Engels. That's Engels Air Force Base, I think. I forget which one it is. So that guy is. So, okay, how can I explain this? So with Buran, there's orbiter 1.01, which is Buran. That's the one that flew into space. And then there was orbiter 1.02, which is Buria. That's the one that Baldwin Bankrupt saw in his video, or at least one. It was the one in the back, not the one up front. So both the shuttles are facing in one direction. The one behind, that was going to be the first orbiter that was going to move cosmonauts into space. It's the slang term for that. Everybody calls it is Buria, but it's Buran 1.02. Okay, there was no 1.03. From the 1K1 mission, the Buran mission that was launched in November of 1988, the Soviets got a lot of flight data. They got a lot of flight data, just like we did after STS-1 in 1981. We got a lot of flight data. And they made a lot of changes to Buran after that. And they didn't bother to keep going with the 1.0x style of orbiter. They made a new one. The new orbiter was Buran 2.0x. What you're looking at here on Google Earth at Monino is 2.01. That's orbiter 201. Either that or it's 202. It's one of the second generation Burans that were never made. It's kind of annoying, dude. Look at all that hardware. There's two Mi-26s right there. There's an Su-27, MiG-25, a Misashishev M4. There's a bunch of nice stuff around. Ooh, dude, an Mi-6. Look at that thing. With the wings on it to reduce blade load. Oh, look at all those. Damn, dude. There's an Mi-17. There's two of them. MiG-29, another Sukhoi, another MiG-25. Look at all the MiG-29. I can't do this. I can't look at that anymore. I can't look at that. It's gonna bother me. The Berkut is there. Yeah. So, fellas, if you want to read more about this, you can see it right here. Unfortunately, both of those flight articles are gone now. Where's the MiG-28? Got shot down somewhere over the Mediterranean, Tessa, from what I understand. Why are those there? Long story short, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was no way that the Red Army could be sustained. So, well, the whole Soviet Red Army collapsed, and they didn't have the budget to be able to maintain that many planes. Hey, Trippy, what's going on? It's 2.01 and it's no longer there. Yeah, some guy bought it to fix it and put it in a museum, believe it or not. Yeah, we covered this a couple of months ago. Katya Pavlichenko posted this. Yeah, Buran 2.01. It was moved to the Zadorozhny Museum of Technics. So yeah. Smoke, what's up, dude? Do you think NASA was behind the planting of microchips into taxpaying citizens through the... No. Dude. Come on. I can teach you how a rocket works, man. I don't know what any of that means. Come on now. Nice troll, though. Are T-38 F5s used in Top Gun? Yeah, they're T-38, Steph. Mm-hmm. Hey, Gil, what's going on? 30-month resub. Yeah, they use them as OPT4. Yeah, pretty much, Tessa. Yeah. Why is it upside down? I guess that's the way they wanted to transport it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But maybe they'll fix it. So yeah, the Soviet Union was gearing up with a lot of Burans. Yeah, here, check it out. They had a bunch of them. They had a whole fleet ready to go. There's OKKS, there's OKMT, which that's the one that's in front in the Bald and Bankrupt video. It's a static test article, but it is a real orbiter, just like Enterprise is a real orbiter. There's OKGLI, which is the FTS. That's the flight testing article. So this one is more like Enterprise than anything. They had the jet engines on the back. And they flew this thing around. OKGLI is at Technik Museum Speyer in Germany. Why did they sell all of the Burans? Yeah, это не хорошо. Нет, no, bad. There's 101. That's the one that flew into space. That collapsed in a hangar. I don't know where ML1 is. I have no idea. 102 is Burya. That's the one at Baikonur. And then 201 is that. Which freaking sucks. Dude, I hate... Can we talk about the Kranoplane sitting on the beach? You guys are tugging at my heartstrings, man. Don't get me wrong. Like, I get it. An American's not supposed to like the Russian. Blah, blah. I don't get it. Dude, look. I know enough about aerospace engineering to know how much effort it took to make that. That is an insane amount of manpower to make that. Unbelievable. This thing's more complicated than the space shuttle. Easily. Because they're using 4 liquid rocket boosters. It basically attached to an SLS core. And then the shuttle rides on the side. This is the most complicated launch vehicle ever devised, by a long shot. More complicated than Saturn V, more complicated than our space shuttle. Dude, it was insane. It was an insane amount of man hours to make that thing work. It sucks to see it just sitting just rotting in a hangar. It really hurts. I don't like it. Energia, Ilya. Yeah, it sucks, man. It really sucks seeing them like that. Why does the F-35 have 2 cooling intakes on the underbody? Oh, yeah, Forge, I actually know exactly what that's for. It's actually for... So yeah, hopefully that helps you a little bit more. You said Energia was one of the best lifters devised by man. How so? Energia can... Okay, so... City Robo, think SLS core. Think SLS core, alright? But put the shuttle on the side with no rocket engines. Right? Can you say that again? I didn't hear it the first time. Ah, sorry, we already changed the subject. So, here. Look at it. Energia. It's the Russian word for energy. So, that lifter, alright? So, the reason why City Robo I said think SLS core is because Energia does not need the shuttle on the side. There's no engines, there's no shuttle main engines on Buran. The Soviets basically came up with something that's analogous to what's the engines on Delta? The RS-68. They basically came up with something analogous to an RS-68, but with regenerative cooling, and it's called a RD-0120. That thing. It's kind of a shuttle motor, but it's kind of not. So it was the first kind of dive into hydrolocks for the Soviet Union, and they made basically an expendable shuttle engine. So they made this, but instead of being on the back of the orbiter, right? Instead of being on the back of the orbiter, they were on the core stage. So City Robo, this enabled the core stage to be able to launch cargo into space, but it can also launch a space shuttle into space as well. You could launch Buran if you wanted to. Buran doesn't have its main engine, so unfortunately you do lose your main engines, which does suck. Or you can... Hang on, let me go to the Energia article. You can launch it with a cargo fairing on the side. You could put 100 tons of whatever you want on the side of this thing and it'll get it into space. Yeah, it's pretty... That's what I mean, dude. It hurts. It hurts seeing that thing the way it is. It is an insane piece of equipment. It's like if you took SLS and combined it with the space shuttle. Yeah. Dude, look, the Energia flew 2 times. Here. There's the Energia Buran mission, but before that, Energia Buran was in November of 1988. But before that, they launched Energia Polius. So, dude, here, look at this thing. It literally is the same thing, but with a gigantic cargo fairing on the side. This thing could launch 100 tons of whatever the hell you want on the side. It could be an orbiter, it could be a cargo fairing, it could be whatever. You can launch whatever you want. Whatever you want. Polius actually was a secret Soviet satellite that was designed to basically... It's a prototype particle beam weapon. Yeah. Yeah, Reagan kind of bluffed the Soviet Union into thinking that we had a way to eliminate their first strike capability, and they panicked. They panicked and literally tried to make a death ray. Payload more than Starship? Ilya, it's the same as Starship. 100,000 kilos. Yeah, that's right, Gek. Yeah, the U.S. in 1984, President Reagan rolled out with something called the SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative. The press deemed it Star Wars because it sounded so ridiculous that, like, the press said it sounded ridiculous, but the Soviets bought it hook, line, and sinker. Basically, Reagan said we have lasers in space that will zap your missiles if you try to shoot missiles at us. Eliminating your first strike capability, figuring out a way past mutually assured destruction to ensure that he basically said in a nuclear standoff you will lose. And the Soviets believed him. They believed him. So they literally tried to go and make one of these to try and match parity. You're like, because that's basically what the Cold War was. I have a bigger gun than you. No, you don't. I just made a gun that big. Well, now I have a bigger gun than you. Oh, sweet. I'm going to make a bigger gun. Well, now I have a bigger gun than you. Oh, well, that's a pretty big gun, but I have 30 of those over there. Oh, you have 30? I have 60. Oh, you have 60? I have 80. Oh, you have 80? I have 100. Yeah, that's basically what the Cold War was. From like 1945 to 1991, it was a big pee-pee measuring contest between the US and the Soviet Union for competing ideologies, right? So Reagan bluffed them into believing that we had some kind of weapon like that, and they actually went and tried to make it. And that's what that is. It is literally a CO2 laser beam built into a functional cargo block. It's an FGB. Kind of like Zarya. It's Zarya with a big laser on it. Yeah, so they kind of panicked, and they ended up inflating the hell out of their defense budget to the point where they couldn't feed people. Yeah, not that they did that good in the first place. They're... yeah, collectivization didn't really work too well. Ah, Forge, why would you link that? Japan 18-inch guns go... Pfft. Yeah, T-Man, that's a different war, but... Yeah, the Soviet Union had problems maintaining a landmass that big, especially with a collective effort like that. So with a large state government, they had problems keeping people fed. Don't get me wrong, it's not like it's not like it got to the point really bad in the 80s because they panicked, right? And they started pouring insane money into defense, right? That it only got really bad in like into the late 80s from what I understand. Don't get me wrong, guys, I wasn't there. I wasn't even alive yet. 1H1 is very awesome. Elon Musk said it's from this rocket that he took the option with multi-synchronous engines. Ilya, the Russian contributions to rocketry is self-evident, man. What does that mean? Like you have to acknowledge it. The oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle is entirely a byproduct of Russian and Soviet engineering. But the Soviet Union was always like, it's not like how we have it here in the West, guys. Like we are experiencing a little bit of supply chain problems right now, and everybody likes to say that, and you get the idea. But think about that, like how it is right now, literally for like 40 or 50 years. That's basically what happened. And then, because they decided to dump all the money into freaking defense spending to try and match parity instead of feeding people. Yeah, it turns out when you don't feed your citizens, yeah, that gets bad pretty quick. I still can't believe they made this fly. What is that? Well, yeah, the Lund class, the Ekranoplan. Cool idea. It's just it's a great idea in principle, but if the water's choppy, then you're kind of screwed. But yeah, I still think that this is one of the finest pieces of rocket engineering that we've been able to come up with. It's right up there with the Space Shuttle and the Saturn V. It is... That is a really, really good design. Like, look, I mean, try to build something like this in KSP. You tell me how hard it is. This thing can launch anything. You could put 100 tons of lead on the side of this and it would launch it into space. No problem. It's a great contribution to engineering. The oxygen-rich stage combustion, man. The RD-170s that are in the first stage here. Very, very, very good design. It's like... And that's all, once again, if you really want to learn your history, that's a product of a Soviet engineer named Valentin Glishko. He's the guy that came up with that. It's funny because he came up with it after he basically got the N1 program canceled. Yeah, Glishko hated Sergei Korolev. They really didn't like each other. Odd question, can you land on the moon with Energia? It moves 100 tons into space, Forge. That is on par with a Saturn V. Yeah, of course you can. That's on par with SLS Block 1. Yeah, of course you can. Sure. Have one Energia move a transfer stage and a lander up. Have another one move the freaking Buran up there with a capsule. Boom. Instant moon mission. 2 shots. Funny how his program also got canceled. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Energia is a great piece of engineering. I mean, dude, all the freaking time and effort. That's why, and just going back to kind of the root thing of this video, I hate seeing people climb around in that damn thing like it's a piece of playground equipment. It just, it pisses me off. You know, it's just all that time, all that freaking effort, not for nothing. Ugh. And they decided to stick with Soyuz. They had that on the table and they said, nah, we'll just keep using Soyuz because it's easier. It's just like, come on, you suck, dude. We didn't see if it was reliable, though. Well, Pop, we got a little bit of a hint. Proven versus unproven. Whatever. How much gaming will you be doing tomorrow since there's so many launches? Precisely 0. Zizep, I'm not gaming at all this week because I'm moving. Yeah, I've been moving this week. That's where I've been. Well, I mean, you guys say, oh, proven versus unproven. Those RD-170s were cut in half a little bit later in the 90s. They cut them in half and made a 2-nozzle variant called the RD-180, which is literally one of the most reliable rocket engines ever flown. So there's a good hint as to how good of a design it was. Hey, Paper City, thanks for the bits. Moving, where to? Rogue, I'm still in Massachusetts. Somewhere on the Cape. Somewhere. You're playing the game of life. Yep. I was more talking about Buran, less about Energia. Alright. Buran was the unproven bit. Well, yeah, Seinert, I get that, and you're absolutely right, but we're talking about Energia. I'm talking about the lifter. I think the shuttle's a better design, personally, but Energia was the real gift there. Why not rebuild Energia today to compete with SLS rather than design something new? Why? What market? Jasper, you got to understand how the Russian space program runs. Have you ever noticed that I've been able to kind of figure out what the Russians are doing before everybody else does? Because I had a lot of folks from Russia explain this to me, because it's an important thing to understand. There's a lot of good buddies that I have that help me translate what's going on. Now, granted, I haven't tapped those resources much since February, but something that was explained to me is that Roscosmos is not NASA. They are not the same thing. All right? NASA, believe it or not, NASA is more of a socialized thing than Roscosmos is. With NASA, the idea is the profit is scientific knowledge. That's the profit. NASA dumps billions of dollars into stuff like James Webb to try and expand our consciousness into the universe. That's the whole point. The whole point is to develop technologies that nobody else would bother doing because there's no point. So would James Webb be profitable if like SpaceX made that satellite? No, probably not. Hubble, same idea. The GOES satellites, probably the same thing. Landsat, no, there would be no point. NASA does this to basically to the tune of no profit. They don't make money. NASA doesn't make money off of that. All right, so you can go to the moon and you don't have to justify profit here. Now, the Russian space program, Roscosmos, is a little bit different. Roscosmos is a state-owned corporation. State-owned corporation. What does that mean? It is a corporate entity with their primary shareholder being the state, meaning they need to generate profit for the state, more like Amtrak in the United States. Same idea. Now, in an ideal world, as an American, and I'm sure a lot of Americans agree with me, even though I've talked about the intricacies to building this, a lot of people would want to see an Amtrak high-speed rail go from New York to Los Angeles, right? We all want that, but they ain't going to do that because they have to make money, remember? That's why we don't see high-speed Amtraks, because they have to make money. They're state-owned corporations, same idea. Their space program is run like that. So think about it for a second. You know, if you don't like Russia, I get it, whatever. Just think about it. Think about it just as its own entity. They have to make profit. Which is why I could have told you that they wouldn't pull out. They won't pull out of the ISS. They make money off of it. They're collaborating with NASA. Of course they make money off of it. We pay the Russians to run the Zarya module. They make profit off of it. That's why they're not going to pull out. And the reason why they're even worried about it and why they're even mentioning it in the first place is because the modules, Zarya and Zvezda, were up. They were designed. You know those pictures of Energia? Zarya and Zvezda already existed when all the pictures of Energia I just showed you were taken. They were built. Energia was going to launch those modules into space. True story. They were going to be part of the Mir 2 space station. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, we didn't want the rocket engineers from the Russian program going to like North Korea or Iran or China or wherever to build ICBMs because they were the only ones that were even close to being on par or at the same level of capability as us. So we worked on the ISS with them and we paid them to launch those modules into space, and they make money off of it to this day. And then there was the whole seat swap thing with when we retired the space shuttle and then just relied on Russian on the Soyuz capsule, and the Russians jacked the price on the seat because they're a corporation. Sure, why not? If you're the sole provider, why not jack the price through the roof? They're a corporation, guys. They need to make money. That's the difference. Could they go and make Buran Energia again? Yeah. Where's the profit? There's no profit there. So you gotta look at it from that point of view. It doesn't make sense any other way. Station Mir, next stream. Let's discuss. Mir? Mir was great, Ilya. Ilya, I've talked to Sergei Krikalev before. I've shook his hand. I've talked to him about Mir and the ISS. And flying on Soyuz. And the space shuttle. Yeah, I met him at the 2014 ISS RDC. Sergei Krikalev, one of the most legendary cosmonauts around, dude. How's the move going? It's going all right, Geeson. Hey, Joseph, thanks for the 23-month resub. A high-speed train from Boston that passes through Springfield into New York would be sweet. We already have the Acela, but... yeah, the Acela uses state-owned rails on a state-to-state basis, so the state-owned rails take priority, so sometimes the Acela has traffic. The profit would come from cooperative leases between Russia and other countries to make Energia profitable. Korolev, нет, Krikalev, not Korolev, no, Krikalev, Sergei Krikalev. Here, look. This guy. He's the head of the cosmonaut office. Yeah, dude, I've talked to him. I've shook his hand before. He's a good dude. Him and Gennady Padelka. Yeah, talk to both of those guys. No, Buran Russian doesn't need that downmass capability, just Energia and some sort of aerodynamic encapsulation. I mean, fellas, I think you're letting your want for Energia to come back cloud your judgment. Just like sometimes I hope that Omega comes back, and I hope that we see Omega and SLS roll out of the high bay together with Starship, right? They're not going to do it. They're not going to do that. I'm sorry. Did you two speak English, or did he have a translator with him? He spoke English, Space Isaac. Sergei Krikalev flew on the shuttle. He knows English very well. Gennady, not so much. I had to speak very slow. Very slow. I had to do what I do with you guys. I had to enunciate my words. Yeah, there you go, Adam, right? Neither of them probably remember who the hell I am. When did you talk to them? I talked to Sergei Krikalev at the 2014 ISS RDC. It was in Boston. Me and NASA Man went to it. And we were press. We covered it. And I talked to Gennady Padelka at Space Fest 2019. He was there. Yeah, talked to him about Soyuz. I was like, Soyuz is a great spacecraft. It's one of the most reliable spacecraft we have flying, right? What do you think about it? He said, it's old. And I'm like, yes, it is. Okay, next question. They are, Signer. That's already happening. Yeah. Northrop Grumman was trying to kill two birds with one stone. They were trying to make their own launch vehicle with Air Force money and also nail the BOLE contract. So if they didn't get the NSSL contract, they would have gotten BOLE, and that's exactly what happened. Northrop Grumman literally used Air Force development money to develop a booster that they then used for a NASA contract. Yeah, so the Space Force inadvertently financed SLS's next-gen boosters, inadvertently. True story. Krikalev knows English? Yeah. Da. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sergey speaks great English. Yeah. Yeah, I talked to him about VR, we talked to him about Soyuz, talked to him about the shuttle. It was a brief conversation. I didn't interview him. I just saw him walking around and I decided to go over and say hi. Yeah, I was like, dude, you're a legend. And he was like, no. Where have I heard that story before? Shuttle being used by both Air Force and NASA. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Signer, I'm telling you, man, some don't stir the Kool-Aid with that High Bay 2 contract. You know what I'm saying? Or the High Bay 1 solicitation. I think SLS has another customer. I'm just not sure what it is. I'm not sure who it is. It might, maybe, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I wonder what the Russian space program could make with the U.S. budget. Who is clapping your hands on the screen to the left? So, Ilya, that's Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft. They're American flight controllers. They were the flight controllers for the lunar missions. Houston, we've had a problem. The guy that's on the headset, that's mission control. Those two guys right there wrote the book on American mission control. Yeah, those are two of my big personal heroes. I was bumming when Chris Kraft died. Can we get a house tour at some point? Either live stream or a YouTube video. I'm not showing you my house, Moha, but I will show you the garage. Would you like to see the garage? Here. This is my high bay. I took this picture this afternoon. Space doesn't make sense. Let's talk F1. No. Gene is still around. Yep. Failure is not an option. This was planned. Yep. So yeah, that's the garage from this afternoon. Hey, Banana. I'm at a second floor in there. Why do you think I went up there and took that picture? But if I put a second floor up in there, Riv, I can't put lifts in there. Just food for thought. Is it a one door or two? One big freaking garage door. Guys, a regular sized garage door in North America is probably from here to about here. It's this. That's a regular sized garage door. This is easily 2 times this big. Yeah, it's my high bay. This was planned. Okay. So yeah, Moha, you guys will see the interior of the garage because what you just saw is my new office. Yeah. I'm upgrading from this broom closet that I work in right now. In a very small apartment to that. That's my new office. Okay, let's keep the chatter down in this room. Well, Adam, there's a thing about failure being not an option. Failure isn't an option when your mission is going, right? It's not an option. Failure is absolutely an option when you're testing things. Oh yeah. Neil Armstrong, right? You gotta fail down here so you don't fail up there. Thanks, Digital. Why is this garage not long but big? It's long. The picture doesn't do it justice, Ilya. It's 10 meter wide by probably about 13 meters long. 10 by 13, and then let's see, what would be the conversion? It's a 20-foot ceiling, so 4.5 meter tall. So it's 10 by like 13 by 4.5. It's a big building, dude. Meters, who are you? 40 feet by 30 feet by 20 feet, Adam. It's 1,000 square foot, fellas. If you're looking at a top down of it, it's 1,000 square feet building. It's big. Kilofeet. Yep. 0.4 by 0.3 by 0.2 kilofeet. Anyway. How many bananas fit in there, though? I don't know. You'd have to consult Tori Bruno for that one. So what is this? Human landing... What is this? Going to the moon with a shuttle stack. I don't want... Forge, I don't want to see that. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at that at all. Meters is the true way, not feet from someone. Eh, why do you care? It's an honest question. Next bit of space news. Artemis 1 becomes cultural, educational time capsule for trip around the moon. At one metric, world domination. Europeans wanting everybody else to be like them. I can think of several points in history where that didn't work and was a very bad idea. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Yeah, think of several points where that was a really, really stupid thing to do. I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. I mean, history doesn't repeat itself. It does rhyme, though. Like, we're here because of one of those times. Yeah, I know. I saw that they're expecting 100,000 people in Brevard County for the launch. I'll be taking the day off work since I won't be able to leave your house. Hey, man, 65 months. Thanks, man. All right, let's read this. So, NASA spacecraft, both crewed and uncrewed, have carried mementos from Earth since the 1960s. NASA's Voyager probe carried a gold record with Earth sounds, and the Perseverance rover that landed on Mars included a microchip with 10.9 million names on it that people submitted for inclusion in the journey. The agency flew metal on the last space shuttle mission that was later melted down and made into awards for employees. Small moon rock from Apollo 11 that was also aboard the final space shuttle flight will fly aboard Orion, marking the significance of the return of spacecraft built for humans to the moon. The National Air and Space Museum is lending an Apollo 8 commemorative medallion, a bolt from the Apollo 11 mission, and an Apollo 11 mission patch to the kit. The Apollo items contributed by the museum will be displayed in an exhibit after they are returned to Earth. How about the Roman Empire? Oh, Adam, I liked that one personally. Yeah, personally, that was all right. Hey, mi scusi. That wasn't all right. That wasn't all right at all. They killed a lot of people. That wasn't all right at all. They killed a lot of people. Anyway. Many of the items included in the flight kit are symbols of cultural significance or NASA's collaborative efforts with STEM-focused organizations. The agency and the Girl Scouts of the USA collaborated to include space science badges to inspire scientific and career exploration in the STEM fields. 4 Lego minifigures will also catch a ride on the flight. Awesome. NASA and Lego have partnered on collaborative efforts over the past two decades to engage children and adults alike in STEM and space exploration, including a free online Artemis 1 Build the Launch lesson series. Ave EJ, et tu brute, orange. Liberate te ex inferis. Yeah? Yeah. Anyway. Digitized entries from NASA's Artemis Moon Pod essay contest in recognition. Yeah, Mile, am I right? Yeah, all right. Let's agree to disagree. Tessa, I kind of agree with Adam. Sorry. Yeah. Indoor plumbing. Yeah, you're welcome. Romans. Italians. All right, what else do we got? Around 100 miniature Artemis 1 patches will be included and given to the flight team for recognitions to some participants. That's cool. So what's that bolt? A bolt from one of the Apollo F1 engines that is included in the Apollo 11's F1 engines. Oh, thanks, Jeff. Sweet. Oh, that's pretty cool, Forge, yeah. Look at that thing. That's a bolt from Apollo 11. That's pretty damn cool. A 3D printed replica of the Greek goddess Artemis will fly for later display. Whoa. A 3D printed replica of the Greek goddess Artemis will fly for later display in the Acropolis Museum in Greece. Cool. All right. That's sweet, dude. The Apollo 11 bolt is pretty cool. Look at that. Star pattern heads, man. Now we're talking. That's a nice bolt. Aerospace fasteners have changed very little since then. Yeah, I mean, Dish, that looks about right. Star pattern heads. Nice. Very nice. 12-point, best point. Yep. That's really freaking cool. And I'll just remind everybody that the SLS mission is scheduled to fly on August 29th at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully we get a launch. Hopefully. Okay, so we got some Roberts Road pictures here. We got some ULA pictures. Greg Scott, independent photographer, did take some pictures. I heard he covered the Lofted News. There is the Phil Sloss article that I have to read. And then there's, yeah, okay, I think I got all of it. Those are grade 10 bolts? Grade 10? Or 12.8? What? You're nuts if you think that looks good. I mean, considering it's been to the bottom of the ocean after being 100,000 feet up in the air. I'm pretty sure that's actually more than that. It's more than that. It's more like 300,000 feet. Yeah, probably, Synerd. A lot of that stuff finds its way into cars eventually. You're nuts if you think that looks good. Yeah, no, a little slow. A little slow on the uptake. Mr. Strimmerman has been a little slow. I've been going since like 7 this morning, dude. Enjoying the new house. Hypersonic, we're not there yet. The internet being off, being taken out of this apartment is our line of demarcation for moving. I've been moving in the morning and then coming home and doing space news every day this week. It's been educational. So, the move is going okay. I thought you were moving at the beginning of the week. Yeah, I am. We don't have any moving company. I fixed the 97, got it totally road legal in Massachusetts, and have been picking away at my apartment piece by piece, putting it in the pickup bed and driving it to the house. How empty is the box you call an apartment? So it's a 2-bedroom apartment, dudes. We have 2 bedrooms, we have a living room, we have a dining room, and a kitchen. The kitchen is like 90% cleared. The living room is basically cleared except for the big furniture, which we have a moving van coming on the weekend. We rented a van and we're going to use that to move the big stuff that I can't fit in the pickup bed. Like, I mean, you probably get away with putting a couch in there, but if you do out like the gas mileage and stuff, it makes sense to just move all the big stuff all at once with a big box truck. I'll drive it. How old am I, Bicefed? I'm 34. Hi, Ponzister. You're a big moving man. No, you are. Did you ever fix the 3D printer? The 3D printers are fixed, and they're actually sitting in my garage down at the house right now, Ivo. So, Hellfish, the living room is clear except for big furniture. The dining room is clear. The kitchen is like 90% cleared. Our bedroom is starting to get cleared right now, actually. That's what I'm going to go do after the Starship update. I'm going to pack everything up there, and we're going to clear that all out tomorrow. Except for like the bed and everything, which will go in the box van. And my office will be the last thing. Yeah. The internet goes out at the apartment on Friday, so depending on when they take the internet out, it's probably going to be Friday during the day, so tomorrow will probably be the last stream here from the apartment. Yep. Wow. No Friday night racing. Dude, I don't have internet. What do you want me to do? We tried to get Verizon to take the internet out of here and install it at the house on the same day so we could easily do this, but they didn't want to do it. Thanks, Oompa. Take this as an adventure. Then you have more and more stories to tell. I'm having fun, Louiso. I get to drive my truck around all day. So, I'll probably show up to watch Friday Night Racing, I guess. Maybe. It really depends, fellas. The internet is getting installed on Tuesday, Firework, on the 9th. The good news is that we talked with Verizon this afternoon, and they'll wire internet into the garage, so I don't need to do that. They'll do it for like $160, and I'm like, yep, sold. Apparently, if you have a business line, you get really preferential treatment because I pay a lot of money for a business connection, so it's very easy to get them to come and do stuff. I called them this afternoon, guys, and I was like, we have an appointment on Monday scheduled for an installation at blah 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 address at 154 Boeing Wing Snap Street, right? Like and I didn't said the house's address, and we actually have two structures on there. There's two structures there that are separated from each other, and we need internet going to both because that best suits the needs of my business. What do you have? Is there any type of solution that you guys offer to fix that problem for my business? And yeah, that's the answer that I got. There's a $100 installation fee, right, to uninstall this here. I think it's technically like $50 to uninstall here, $100 to put it here, $50 to uninstall here, $50 to put it in the house, technically. And so it's like a $100 installation fee to move it, and then $60 for them to put internet out there, like a hard line internet out there. And I'm like, huh. Okay, you got yourself a deal. And the appointment was scheduled for the 8th. It was scheduled for Monday, but because we changed the services offered, they canceled it and scheduled it for Tuesday. But for $60, you'd be hard pressed to find a $60 solution to get a hard line out to that garage. So we're good. Well, Ian, I'll be honest with you. I pay a good amount of cash to keep this internet. It's gigabit. It's really, 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 really good. So that's why I didn't say, hey, can you install an extra line for you? I said, what's the best? Is there any type of solution that you offer as a service for my business? That's why I said that way. And they were like, oh yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll put a hard line in for you. No problem. Like, so I was like, I made sure, like, when you order something at a restaurant and you get the feeling that when you order it, that the waiter or waitress or the person at the drive-thru didn't really understand what you were saying. And then you're like, no, you made sure there's no pickles, right? And still no pickles! right? I made sure that there was no pickles like 4 or 5 times, just to be like, I'm like, you guys, you know, this building's like 100 feet away from the original building, right? Like, there are 2 separate buildings. I need 2 lines going into each building. And they're like, yep, yeah, no problem. But they did cancel the appointment and had to go a day and later, which kind of sucks, but... Cosmos 2558 launched last week, and it's hunting USA 236 in geo. Distance is 75 kilometers in closing. Last, what's up, Adam? Starlink update? Okay. FNR has been cleared for the month of August, so don't sweat it. You guys can still race without me. I don't really care, Geek. It's fine. If you guys want to keep it going, please do it. The worst thing I would want is for FNR to lose momentum after all the work that was put in, you know? So if you guys want to race, do it. And if you guys want to stream it, do it. What a journey. I still remember when you didn't even have the orange green screen. You had the jersey hang behind you.
Discovery, go at throttle.
What, Adam? That jersey? Oh, yeah. Still got it, man. Still got the shovels. I don't think you heard me right, Penta. Give me all of your bacon. Max is probably enjoying the break. Cool. Yeah, well, the racing is on summer break, so we'll go on summer break. That's fine. We covered that already, Forge. Yeah, the banana for scale. Yeah. You guys want to see something funny? Look at this. Look at this picture. Tori Bruno put a banana for scale on the rocket engine. If you were here before, I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again, and I don't care. All right, see that? That's a nice banana. It's a nice banana, isn't it? Now, what's going on here? How is that happening? I never thought I would have a use for this, but yep. How am I grabbing the banana? Squeeze the banana. How am I doing that? Yeah. Now your mind's going, wait, what the wait, what are you doing? See? It's a nice banana here. How is this happening? Green banana? Why would I have a green banana? Like, why would that? How would I do that? That's very strange, huh? Yeah, geez. Interesting. Sorry, it's the hand banana, man. Hand banana. Hand banana is what we're gonna call it. And then the BE4 is like, tonight, launch. What do I know? I'm just a rocket engine. All I know is on and off and thrust. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty sweet. Anyway, let's get into the Starship update. So Greg Scott took these pictures. He took a flyover today. I'll link it up if you guys want to see these pictures here. Tonight, What was your name again? All right, so the TE's on 39A right there. And this crane right here, from what I understand, lifted one of these segments up onto whatever this thing is today. Water tower, maybe? Like, unironically, like actually a water tower and not like Starship. And then there's the Liebherr 11,000, which has now stacked 5 segments, putting the primary structure at Starship's pad taller than 39A. Taller than the 39A FSS, which has been the tallest thing out there in a long time. For a long time. Credit to Spaceflight Now. So Spaceflight Now showed off this picture today. Look, they used that smaller crane with the jibs to put that on there. I honestly think it's a water tower, fellas. I think it's a water tower. Yeah. And if you're wondering how tall this is going to go, well, see how there's these little segments? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? 4 more on top of this. Yeah, 9 segments tall. It's going to be almost double the height that you see right now. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. That's so this is Hangar X right here at Kennedy Space Center, and there's 3 Falcon 9s just chilling. Yeah. Wow. Supposed to be. Bill, yeah. That one's kind of. Where's the launch pad? See where those posts are? The launch pad is on the other side of this. This is kind of taken at a 3/4 view. So the tower is right here, and then the pad is directly behind it. Will they hit a bridge? Oof. I think so, Tessa. I think those are the 2 boosters. Those 2 boosters, I can tell you right now, have more than 10 flights. Hashtag Rocket Company goals from human person. Thanks, man. City Robo, nice. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there's the worm logo. That's the DM2 booster. Wow. See the worm? See the NASA worm logo? It's you well. Can't really, but you get the idea. Also, Tesla, Tesla, junk. No, that's a Tahoe. Tahoe's alright. We like Tahoes. And then there's all the handling paraphernalia over here. Also, there's an extended SPMT over here. See the huge SPMT that's as long as the Falcon 9 right there with that huge bridged gap on it. That's actually pretty cool. It's hilarious to me because the shuttle transporter under here, see the thing that says SpaceX on it underneath the big white I-beam right here with all the circles in it? That thing was originally designed to move space shuttles around. The funny thing is that this is the frequency that it was designed to move space shuttles around with. It's finally doing it with Falcon 9s, which is actually really cool. One of those 2 cores will be expended on the GTO mission. Shame. Yeah, and there's just a bunch of SpaceX SPMTs just chilling out there. Yeah, Van, can you believe this? Van, you remember when we were like early days of Intrepid, dude? You remember that? Like, you know, if 2015 us saw this, we would be like, what? What do you mean it's flown 10 times? And one of them has flown people into space like multiple times. We would have been like, okay, sure, yeah. Wow, there's a gazebo right there. That's pretty neat. Look, there's a gazebo. That's a lot of wheels on that space shuttle carrier. Yeah, well, the space shuttle was a little bit on the heavy side. Space shuttle's looking a little soggy around the midsection. But she was thick. She was thick for a reason, though. So this is the Star Factory that's going on, that's being built at Roberts Road. Falcon 9's Hangar X is over there. Greg Scott took these pictures once again. There's the remaining tower segments that need to be stacked. They're building the chopsticks over here. The chopsticks shuttle right there that goes up and down the sides, and then the quick disconnect arm is being built right there. That's all the paraphernalia for Starship launches. What you see right here, here, and here is staging for all the paraphernalia to build that building. They're still doing grading out there. It's still grading the place. See all the I-beams? It's just a big mechano or erector set, guys. But once again, important thing to note, they're pouring concrete over here before they build the structure. They did not do that over here. That tells me that the concrete over here is not designed to carry as big of a load, or else they would have poured it. Which tells me that whatever is going to be right here is going to be moving something around very heavy. So it's interesting because you're seeing a purpose-built rocket factory. This is the first time I've seen a purpose-built rocket factory pop up in about, well, 20 years. Not that I was paying attention 20 years ago, but knowing your history really helps. Can anyone name the last time someone built a purpose-built rocket factory? I think the last one was for Atlas V for Decatur. Yeah. Yeah, also the yellow membrane. I'm not sure what that's about, but that is definitely reinforced concrete. There's a conference tomorrow, too. Load. Hey, High Potential. Hope you're having a good week. Dude, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, there's a Crew 5 meeting tomorrow. Maybe I'll be here. Probably. They landed their first orbital core in 2015. No other company has done it since. Yep. Yeah, I know. I'm just... High Potential, how you doing, man? I'm just peeping on Roberts Road here at KSC. Greg Scott, an independent photographer, does flybys, and yeah, seen some pretty insane pictures coming out of here. Yeah, Blue Origin has landed, but here it comes. Here it comes. Oh well, you know, orbital class versus non-orbital. Guys, I don't give a frick what it is. If you can launch a rocket, it doesn't matter if it goes up into space. It doesn't matter if it goes 30 feet off the ground. If you can get that thing to come down and land, you're pretty damn skilled. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say that New Shepard and Falcon 9 are on the same page. They do different things. But anybody that can land one of those freaking things has my respect. Let me put it to you like that. New Shepard's an amazing machine. It's one rocket engine, dudes. One Hydrolox rocket engine. It's a B3. Throttleable Hydrolox. Deep throttleable Hydrolox. That's insane. That's an insane that's insane capability for what it is. It's nuts. Yeah, Joe has my respect too. Tape. Yeah, what about BPS? Oh, I love that guy. Joe's the best. Doing good. Working on a paper. Slow writing. Thanks for asking. Looks really cool. Back when we poured solid rocket boosters and stuff, I knew folks that worked at some of those facilities. It's been a while since we had a new one, right? Yeah. The last one I think is Decatur. Decatur was purpose-built. And then there was a facility in Harlingen, Texas. That was for Atlas. I think it's for Atlas 2AS, I think. And then... Hey, Karis, what's up, dude? Did SpaceX catch the rocket with chopsticks? They haven't done it yet, dude. I'm looking at a Starship orbital launch attempt probably... I'd say sometime in late August, early September. SpaceX has had a couple of hiccups with their testing care, so it hasn't happened yet. Blue's building purpose-built rocket factories. Yeah, that's right. They are. It's crazy. We're seeing multiple ones come around. You know, there's the whole New Glenn factory. There's Blue Origin's building facilities everywhere. They have one in Huntsville. They have one in Kent. They have one, well, Huntsville, Alabama, Kent, Washington, Titusville, Florida. They're building facilities left and right. Where do you store all this info? Up here? Not bad for a 1988 hard drive, dude. It's pretty good, right? Was Michoud purpose-built for the Saturn V? That's correct, Phil. Michoud was purpose-built. Complex 39 was purpose-built. The VAB was purpose-built for the Saturn V. The A1, the A1, the A2, the B1, and the B2 test stands at Stennis were built for the Saturn V. The Saturn V dynamic test stand at Marshall Space Flight Center was built for the Saturn V. Test stand 4670 at Marshall was built for testing S1C propulsion. The first Saturn V first stages were made at Marshall. They were made in Huntsville. And then they were later moved to Louisiana. And then tested at Stennis. Yeah. Have you toured Blue Origin facility at the Cape? No, Kelsey, never been down there. Never been down there, just driven past it. I know a good amount of people that work at Blue. I've talked to their head of marketing before. Really nice person. She's really cool. I got to see a shuttle engine test at Stennis. That's awesome, Complex. Hell yeah. That's really cool. Don't forget Rocket Lab. Yeah. If every company tries the same stuff SpaceX did, it could get messy. Yeah. Yeah, Kelsey, the Blue Origin facility at the Cape is something. I try to tell people it's basically another Michoud that's being built right at KSC's front doorstep. And, you know, I try to show pictures of it when I can. It's a freaking monster. It's a monster of a facility because, to be honest with you, New Glenn is a very, very big rocket. Wow, that's a great picture, Dado. Really cool. New Glenn is a monster. It's not as big as a Saturn V, but it's almost as big as a Saturn V. It's pretty close. And it's not as wide as a Saturn V, but it's almost as wide as a Saturn V, which is, honestly, the fact that we're even comparing rockets and using the Saturn V, which was the biggest rocket ever made, we're using that as a datum, and rockets are approaching that are made by non-government entities is frankly ridiculous in my mind. That is ridiculous, considering, like, go back 10 years ago, 2012. This is unheard of. No. That doesn't work this way, right? It's pretty damn impressive. The space shuttle was built in Palmdale, California, and it was flight tested at Edwards Air Force Base. Yeah, that's the next thing coming from Greg here. So Greg got a shot of Blue's pad. This is Complex 36. Complex 36, to make the new Complex 36, they took 3 pads. Because Launch Complex 36, not 46. 46 is over there. Launch Complex 36 was a 2-pad launch complex, first built for Atlas Centaur. Yeah, the first Centaur stage launched from 36A. 36B, you could see the remains of the pad was right here. 36A, the pad was basically right where New Glenn's pad is. Yep, it was a twin pad complex. And I said 3 pads. They also have LC-11. LC-11 was an Atlas Agena launch complex. Yeah, early Atlas Agena was launched there. Yeah, so Complex 11, Space Launch Complex 36A and 36B all combined to make the new Complex 36, which is just as big as 39A or B. It's a gigantic freaking pad. Blue's crazy. They have the booster and the first test capsule in the lobby. Really mind-blowing. Yeah. It's pretty impressive stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. I think what SpaceX is doing is a little bit more complicated, but I'll say this once, I'll say this again. Anybody that's launched a rocket, even, you know, it doesn't matter if it goes up 30 feet and comes back down, or goes up to the Kármán line, or goes to orbital. That is an impressive feat in itself. That's very, very impressive. It's not easy to do. Now, don't get me wrong. I'd say out of all of those, the orbital class 1 is the highest factor of difficulty. I'm not going to sit here and say that, but say that it's not. But New Shepard is pretty damn impressive when you think about the propulsion technology involved. You know. Yeah, Dado, that's a great picture. But yeah, Kelsey, yeah, they have the first one in there. It's pretty impressive. I mean, guys, we're watching NS-22 tomorrow. New Shepard's going to shoot people up into space, and it's just kind of routine now. It's unbelievable. That's unbelievable to me. Hey, what's up, PY? How you doing?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey! Спасибо вас за poderino. I can't say it, BY. I'm still rusty, dude. I suck at this. Why you gotta have so many different letters, man? But yeah, that says thank you for the gift subscription. But yeah, dude, thanks for the resub, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Kelsey, yeah. Yeah, they're building another facility that's just as big. And what I'm not exactly sure what this stuff does, but I have a good idea of what it does. The reason is because of how the concrete and how the graded roads are placed. I always look for radius roads like this. See how that corner is different than like this corner over here? Something heavy is coming out of this thing, and not only something heavy coming out of this thing, something heavy is going to the New Glenn facility over there. PCT! 54-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, something big is coming out of this facility here and here. Or something big is going in this facility. But whatever it is, it's going out and it's going towards New Glenn. I can tell because of how heavy that road is. See this road, guys, that has the spillways on the side? It has the discharge. The discharge, like drains on the side. See how there's like a river, a little, well, not a river, a little small, like, I don't know, what's the name of that? It's a discharge culvert. Culvert, that's the thing. That means that this road is built on top of basically a mound of dirt, and whatever it's moving is going to move something really freaking heavy. That's a brewery. Also could be that. The building looks like satisfactory. Yeah, it kind of does, man. Yeah. And then Greg has another picture of the chopsticks and everything. It's a ditch in Florida. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a culvert. Yeah, freaking the retention pond right here. We knew that they were building something heavy, and there's the big heavy thing that they're building, and that's why they dug a retention pond. I'll say it once, I'll say it again, guys. You want anything in Florida to not sink, literally sink into the ground, you have to basically dig a gigantic hole next to it. That's called a retention pond, basically a natural well. And then you take the dirt that you use to dig that pond, and then you make a mound next to the hole in the ground. And then you build your building on top of that. All the water will go into the retention pond like a cistern. And then you make your storm drain discharge pipes go into that retention pond, so when it rains in Florida a lot, it just goes into the retention pond. That makes sure that the building is always on dry ground. It's on dry soil, or else sinkhole. Yes, that happens. The other side with the yellow floor will be taller. The lower part being built now is for ring and making barrel sections. The taller sections will be made for nose cones. That's not necessarily lined up with the high part, Forge, but yeah. Or build your spaceship factories on top of spaceship factories. They said you couldn't build a rocket factory in a swamp, but I did it anyway! Fell into the swamp. So yeah, good pictures coming from Greg Scott. Once again, I'll link up that thread. If you guys want to go over there and support Greg, please do it. Alright, we already saw that. We already saw that. And I think... Actually, Greg also got a picture of rocket ship. There's rocket ship at Port Canaveral. It has the gate down, but we don't know what's in it. This is ULA's transport ship for moving Atlas and Delta and Vulcan cores around. It's pretty damn impressive. It came from Vandenberg to the Cape. So New Glenn's first stage will burn for 200 seconds. That's more than 3-minute burn. How far downrange will it land? 600 miles. Easily 600 miles, Forge. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, New Glenn with those BE4s is going to go a long way. Going to go a real long way. Yeah. All right, so let's see what's going on down in Boca Chica here. There is a new video posted from NSF. Let's see what's going on. Once again, this footage is brought to you by our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. Go over there and give them a sub, guys. Please do that. If you go over there and sub to them, they'll keep allowing me to put my crappy commentary over their really nice daily videos. Crew certified. What's that? The NS-22 crew have been certified ready to fly by crew member 7 Sarah Knights. Launch window opens tomorrow at 8:30 Central, so 9:30. Okay, got it. I don't know, Creeper. Could the shuttle external tanks fit in rocket ship? Nope, not big enough. Ain't gonna fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Okay, so this photo is coming from NASA Spaceflight photographers Mary, Boca Chica Gal, and Nick and Sweeney. 2 full-time photographers down there, and then Das running the NSF robots. But yeah, go over there and give NSF a sub if you want to see these daily videos without me talking over them like a putz. No KSP? Public, I'm moving, dude. I'm moving. I don't have time for that. I've been waking up at like 7 in the morning, loading the truck up with boxes, driving it 40 miles to the damn house, driving, unpacking stuff, loading up empty boxes, driving them back here, packing up more stuff to get ready for the next morning, and then doing space news. It has been a pretty hardcore week. I've been arching my shoulders every time I lift, though. Is Das still streaming? Adam, Das is a producer for NASA spaceflight. He produced all this footage. Well, not all of this. This is coming from Boca Chica Gal, but all the remote streaming stuff that NASA spaceflight does, he's doing all of that. Yeah, all of it. You could build a moving truck. Build a moving truck. I already did. Want to see a picture of it? There it is in my garage this morning. There's my moving truck, the red, silver, and white one. This looks like the biggest VESA mount ever. Nice. I already built a freaking moving truck. There it is. Going to the launch, you're going to take a break. I'm going to take a break to pack more things up. Oh, there's a surprise. There's a surprise, huh? Try moving cross country. Get on my level. No. I've moved to Florida from Boston before, public. Nice try. They're working on Starship's quick disconnect up there. Yeah, new vent for the quick disconnect. Yeah, I see it. Complex, I see laminated fiberglass. You have a metal outbuilding. Do I smell a man cave in the works? That's my office, dude. That's my new streaming office. A little bit of an upgrade from the broom closet apartment bedroom that I'm in right now. Seriously, guys. I have a couple of different pathways for the streaming setup, but one of them basically involves putting my entire streaming setup basically where the hood of the Mustang is. Yeah, the hood of the black car. Yeah. And then putting a lift right behind me. Right there on this side. Yeah. And then moving these workbenches over here to this side and then making a streaming area right here. Yeah. I said across the country, not down it. Yeah, but you did it wrong and moved back. Flow grown. Yeah, but you see my garage, man? So yeah, Complex, that's where I'm gonna stream from, dudes. Like, say for an after hours segment, if we wanna, you know, work on the truck, I'll just switch us over to after hours and pull the green screen back and boom, there you go. You can go work on it. How's the echo in there? The echo in this room is worse, Phil, because of the insulation. The acoustics in there are money. Yeah, guys, no more AC noise. No more AC noise, no more background noise, no more anything. It's like a sound room in there because the insulation is so thick. Thick. Is that shop air conditioned? It's not dual, but it's wired up for a split, for a mini split. Yeah. Actually, the garage is split off the house, but that's another story. It's for my business, Adam. We're gonna do business in there. You understand? You capiche? We're gonna do business. All right. What business we gonna conduct in there? That's none of your business. All right. It's none of your freaking business. That's what kind of business your business is not my business. My business is not your business. Now get the frick out of here. Anyway, moving on. Duel is like, I got a mini split for you. Actually, fellas, I was gonna say this. So that picture is from this morning, right? And the truck runs hot because it's a damn work truck. The old work trucks they run hot. Old cars run hot. That's what they do. They're not as thermally efficient as a newer automobile, right? But what I didn't want is to park the truck outside when it's like 100 degrees out and then having to get back into the truck and drive it home with no air conditioning. So I was like, oh, I'll put it in the garage. It'll be fine. I'll put it in the garage. It's not like it's going to stay warm. You know, it's not going to be in the sun all day. The truck heated the damn garage, and because the insulation is so good, the garage is about 10 degrees hotter than outside. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Murdoch. Yeah, that's my moving truck. Am I funny? Funny how? Am I funny like a clown, like I'm here to amuse you? What the frick is so frickin' funny about me? Huh? Definitely build a tunnel from the house to the garage. That's like 100 feet. Yep. So, no. Well, we'll be making a rocket in that garage. Yep. Half the people here don't know where that truck came from. Yeah. From NOR and how you got it there. Yeah. That's right, Duel. Basically, it's an RTG truck. Adam, it radiated so much damn heat into that garage, and the garage held the heat. So, it doesn't have a split right now, but dude, I could put an air conditioner in this thing, no problem. Put an AC in here. Oh yeah. Put an air conditioner, put a heater in there, do a 20 amp mini split. It's already wired for it. Seriously. There's a breaker in there. The breaker has plenty of spots. It already has all the conduits because I was talking to the original owner. That's what he wanted to do. He's going to put a mini split in there and put air conditioning in it. That's why it has such good insulation. Call it the high bay. That's right, Scroat. Does a band fit in that garage? Sure. Yeah. No, it's actually a good test cave, man. If the truck with the engine off is able to heat that garage and keep it like that, that garage is very thermally efficient, which means in the winter I could literally just turn my computers on, it'll heat the whole damn garage. Easily. Mini split, yeah. You put a breaker in for an air conditioner. It's a 20 amp mini split. You can fit so many KSP rockets in this thing. A band. Let's make it a band, EJ, and call it the Screaming Firehawks. Supersonic retro propulsion. Grab Shark. Duh. Adam, I have a 10,000. I have a 10,000 BTU air conditioner. That one's a 5,000, so when their powers combined, it should have enough. Okay, Duel, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, okay, you're right.
Discovery.
Hey, Storm, 22-month resub. Slap garage roof. You can fit so much business in this space, yeah? Yep. So anyway, let's get back to the Starship footage. We can talk more about that in a second. Long story short, the garage insulates a lot. It's built up to code. It's the modern code for a building like that.
Discovery. Go and throttle.
Yeah, dude, it gets hot in there. Like, really hot. So, if it gets really hot in there and it retains the heat really well, it should be able to get very cold in there while it's very hot outside and not be an issue. Hey, Myth, 40-month resub. You insulate so much. Got him! What are they installing here? Oh. Quick disconnect service gantry. Golden Goose, my brother-in-law's an HVAC guy. Yeah. Yeah, my brother-in-law is as meticulous about HVAC as I am about KSP craft files. So yeah, it's gonna get done right it's gonna get done right. Yeah. I know there's enough tradesmen in the family, dude. I know an electrician, I know a plumber, I know an HVAC guy, I know a general contractor. Like, that's all family. But yeah, I agree with you. Dude, let's watch the Starship video and I'll tell you about the garage after. Long story short, whoever wired that garage is... Yeah, I might want to get that electrician's number. I'll tell you about it in a second. Natural law, yeah, that's right, Daryl. Family discount? Bren, how that's really going to work is I show up, I basically bring a case of beer to my garage, and we bring the mini split, and I install with my brother-in-law supervising, and yeah, I give him a case of beer, and we have mini split. Yep. It's basically how that's going to work. Now, beer is very good currency if you know what you're doing. But he just said it wouldn't surprise me if the electrician has OCD. The electrician doesn't have OCD, Creeper. There was a time where everybody calls anybody being meticulous about anything nowadays obsessive compulsive disorder. There was a time where that was called just doing a freaking good job. Yeah. People say I'm obsessive compulsive when I play Kerbal. No, I just want to make sure my craft file does exactly what I want it to do and not explode on the pad. And sometimes that still happens, but that's how it be. But yeah, once upon a time, dude, that was called doing a good job. Just saying. Or you might be right. The guy actually could have obsessive compulsive disorder. He just uses it to his advantage. It could be either one. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. Who knows? SpaceX is full of obsessive. You have to kind of be to do rocketry to mess. You ever look at the wire harness on a freaking rocket? It's as clean as possible because it has to be. Can't afford to mess that thing up. That was an umbrella. Yeah, no. Furred. I wonder what that is. You guys working on the test stand. That's the can crusher. Test the booster quick disconnect mount. Interesting. No word on pre-burner or static fire test on ship 24 though. CCC group. All right. Is that a street sweeper? It is. Yep, okay. Tileworks really coming into its own, guys. That's pretty impressive right there. I still hate the paint where the tiles aren't. It reminds me of Buran. All closures are canceled for this week, so net Monday. Okay. Really hope it's not on Monday, Creeper. I will not have any internet. Anywhere. Hey, Access Tier 2 77 months. What's going on, man? Yeah, maybe, Kuro. Yeah. Hi. Oh, it's carrying the ties for the crane. Yes. I didn't say that. I just said they were canceled. You're canceled. Got him. Burb. 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 You think I know where that driver is from? Yeah, maybe. What do they need what they're needing a big crane for at Boca Chica now? Chris, SpaceX bought a Liber 11,000. They bought one. There's just you'd think that they'd contract the damn crane out, right? No, straight up, dude, they bought one. See it right there? That crane is like SpaceX branded. It's painted black, white, and gray, and it says SpaceX on the side. So somebody at SpaceX or Elon basically just decided that for the amount of time that they need this crane out here to lift stuff up and probably to put starships on the test pads or something, and just buy a crane and it's cheaper. And you know what the crazy part is? They bought another one. For Space News the other day, fellas, we saw some guy I think it was in the Netherlands, that saw another crane part with a SpaceX logo painted on it being shipped out. I think it was the Netherlands, but I'm not sure. I have a feeling that Booster 8 might be rolling to the pad soon for testing on the structural test stand. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, we were up here at 550 looking at the burb. Burb. Is it weird that birds don't have arms? Think about it. Shouldn't there be, like, arms right there? They even paid their way up the queue. It was originally for Buckner. No way. Would explain the crane mats and the fact that the stand for the booster quick disconnect was moved. Stand for the booster was moved next to the stand. Yep. The wings are arms. No, they're not. They're wings. This is not a... You don't call this a wing. This is an arm. Those are two different things. Shouldn't there be like an arm there? Like whenever you see... Guys, whenever you see like an angel, they have wings and arms. Why shouldn't birds? Racists. Jeez. I'm not sure, Adam. That sounds New York. See? No arms. I'm telling you, man. It's not right. It doesn't need the dinosaur. Wouldn't the bird look good with some little T-Rex arms, right? Like, I'm just saying, it would make their life a little bit easier. Just have little T-Rex arms, you know. Is it complex? No, it's not. Here's a hot dog, a sandwich. Boom. Divide and conquer, man. That's the way. Yeah, see, Grab Shark, you get what I'm talking about. You could do this. Like, look, see how useful that is? Doesn't that look right? That looks correct. Chairs have arms, and they also have legs, but chairs don't have wings. See? That looks correct to me. Right? You've been awarded no points. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to you. Chairs can't fly. Well, not with that attitude, they can't. What about chairs on an airplane? Those fly. And technically the chair is attached to something with wings. So chairs have arms, legs, and wings. Boom. Roasted. Moving to a new house is a hell of a drug. Yep. No, that was Saturday night. Huh? We don't talk about that night. Nope. My ex-wife threw a chair. Duel gets it. People said water towers couldn't fly. See, Medisa, it's important to keep an open mind. Why don't animals grow wheels? No, they just don't. Oh. We have some supports being put in up here. Guys, I'll say what I've been saying. I still can't figure out what the heck they're doing with up here. There's enough for 2 stories right here. So there's a 2-story office building built on top of the high bay. I don't know what they're going to use up here. There's been really no indication. The roof is slanted for rainwater, I know that. And there's a concrete foundation up here too, built on top of the high bay. Why don't we get tails? Yes. If I had to guess, mission control, launch control is probably going to be up here, like so you could see the pad. But yeah. When does a monkey have a trunk? When a suitcase just won't do. It makes sense, Jonathan. It's just science. We do science on here. See, I even have a shirt. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. How's the move going? It's all right, about 40 to 45% move, Cajun. If I had to put a number on it, dude, look at 25's nose cone. That's really starting to look spaceshipy, man, or starshipy. I don't know, Murdoch. Maybe that's one heck of a bar. It's 2 stories. It's like a 2-story nightclub going on up in there. The concrete roof that high is super expensive. Yeah, Medisa, we saw the cranes pulling concrete mixers up there. I'm like, okay. That's weird, Loopy. Science has just gone too far, I think. Yeah, maybe dual. Hey, your boy likes having a little bit of fun. It's so weird, I love it. Loopy, that's getting into science that we probably just shouldn't mess with. Yeah. Yeah, we don't I can't say why either, but also very interesting. Get that tent, you can use it. Oh, I wish. Oh, Starlink loader. I mean, Orange, he did want to do that, yeah. Yep, they're lifting the SPMT. Truck's like, oh, nope, never mind. I almost bought you a Houston Astros Space City uni Monday at the game. Cajun. Those uniforms are awesome. Yeah, those uniforms are really freaking cool. The Houston Astros, they're the Astros because Houston Mission Control, they had their uniforms said Space City in NASA Worm logo font, and then their name was on the back in NASA Worm logo. It was pretty cool. With that being said, frick the Astros. Sincerely, the AL East. How long until launch? Moha, at least a month, dude. It's going to be a little while. But also, those uniforms were really cool. But also, frick you. How long until launch? I meant today. Well, Moha, there's this thing that you can do when you ask your question. If you want to know about the launches today, what you could, dude, hear me out. You could say, how long until the launch today? I know, English. Yeah, weird language. We're 10, 11, 12, 1, about 4 hours out, dude. Seconded by the Yankees. That's why I said AL East. Because, yeah, enemy of my enemy. That's true. I suck at English and it's my only language. I only speak 2 languages, man. English and bad English. It would have said EJ with the number 154. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, but I ain't wearing an Astros jersey, man. Try being an AL Central fan. Go Tribe.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nah. I'm good. Plays at 52-month resub. Become a fan of the Rocket City Trash Pandas in Huntsville. Double A team. What? What's launching tonight? The L-199 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office is launching on an Electron rocket at 1 a.m. Eastern, guys. So we're about 4 hours. Yeah, about 4 hour 15 out. Yes, I literally counted it on my fingers if you heard the... Sorry. Privet my pick. What's up, man? Wait, is that a real team? Sounds right. That's their actual name? Yeah. Sounds right. Oh. Did you see Bald and Bankrupt's Buran video? Yeah. Yeah, I did, dude. This is the scrap. Can you believe that? This is the scrap starships. 21, 22, and 15. It was so cool. My pick, I already talked about it, man. It is cool. It's a cool video, and I appreciate that Bald and Bankrupt speaks the language. That's pretty cool. To be honest, his Urbex videos are pretty good because he can get around by himself, and I firmly believe because he can speak the language, that's why he got off so easy. Because he can explain what he's doing and not, you know. But you know what the crazy thing is? Yeah, I watched a video. Apparently you could get a permit to go look at it. Yeah, 15 won't be scrapped. That's just their museum. But, yeah. That's cool that he speaks the language. I've never watched Baldwin Bankrupt. I watch other Urbex people, but he's pretty cool. He's a pretty good channel. Yeah. Funny as hell. I mean, I guess you could just go ask, you know. I think everyone's expecting them to say no. But apparently you can just get a permit and go and see the thing, and it's totally fine. Like, they're not scrap. They're not scrap 04. That was a figure of speech on my part. I apologize. They're not scrap. They're just old designs. SpaceX is not scrapping 15. That's going in the museum. 20, 21, and 22. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with those. I'm not going to ask you if you just said what I think you just said, because I know it's what you just said. Yes. Meet me in Kazakhstan. My pick, if you will translate, I will, yeah, we'll go. Maybe wait till the world isn't as crazy right now, but, I mean... Yeah, Lyme's is okay, Loopy. Yeah, did I see Jake from Bright Sun got Lyme disease from a tick bite? Yeah, that happens, dude. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, my pick, I mean, dude, we can. I don't know how the hell I'm going to get over there, dude. I have no money. Just bought a freaking house, man. I have no money. Dude, I would do it as long as Roscosmos personnel were there the entire time. Like, if we did it the right way, I would have no problem doing that. Yeah, unbuy the house. Oh, okay. I'll get right on that. Yeah. I know about Bright Sun. What's up, guys? I'm Jake, and this is Abandoned. Yeah, I know that channel. All right. Well, that's all I got for you, dudes. But my pick. Did you give up on a house that has that much space in the garage? Never mind. Don't unbuy. Don't unbuy. No, we're good. Don't abort. Yep. My pick. That 20-foot ceilings, man. That's lift territory. Lift territory. Yeah. Bolshoi. Ogromny. Very nice. Yeah, so, yeah. Bolshoi lift. Where's Brimo's card go? Brimo's card? Outside. Yep, outside. Outside. BSF is good. Thomas, Jake does really good research. He does good research. He does his homework, which is pretty cool. That's why I like that channel. Hey, Jonathan gifted us up to Poutine Flyer. Oh yeah, guy. Oh yeah, we got the Poutine Flyer up in here. Thank you very much for gifting out that sub there to that guy. Oh yeah, I really love your name. I'm a real big fan of Poutine, man. I tell you what. The Canadians say, I don't know. Whatever, it sounded right. I keep saying get a wildfire lift. Yeah, I don't have the money to do that. Yeah. We'll find another solution. The lift is a stretch goal. Time for big projects. Yep. Need another garage? Yeah. Maybe you should get a triple stacker bend pack. I don't think a triple stacker bend pack could fit in there, dude. Not really. Not particularly, Act. Need a garage for your garage. High bay for the high bay. Makes sense. Yeah, my pick. That's a picture, dude. It's a picture of the garage. I can fit the F-250 and the Stang in there. No problem. I mean, to be honest, both of those cars that are in there right now are probably not going to end up being parked in there. The 59's going in there because that's my pride and joy, and then the Coronet probably. Yeah. Hello, thanks for the sub. Yeah, but if I get a lift, we could put three cars in there. It's not a problem. Yeah, Shaw, that's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. The seller of the house, He left bags of concrete back there. They're in that office area in the back of the garage. Just kidding, but poutine is nice. Personally, I love poutine. It's the most American Canadian food I've ever had. It's freaking delicious. French fries, gravy, and cheese curds. Put some bacon bits on there. I could eat that every day. Yeah, I could eat that every day, and it would never get old. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, sure. But yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to pour slabs. Just pour some slabs for now. If you want to get rid of them, just dig them up. Can't pull over any further. We're going to Canada to get some French fries and gravy, sir. Yeah, poutine. Canada, huh? Almost made it. Yeah, Brand, there you go. Yeah, that's right, my vans. Anyway, fellas, that's all I got for you. That's going to be the end of Space News. I will be back here, though, at around 1. I'm going to go pack, try to take a nap, because check this out, fellas. Look at this. So, the next 24 hours are going to get a little hectic for you, boy. So, hold on, candy bars. Yeah, snozberries taste like snozberries. So, the Antipodian Adventure Electron rocket is launching at 1, which once again is about 4 hours from now. And then at 6:30 in the morning, we have Sibber's Geo 6. And then at 9:30, right after that, we have New Shepard NS-22. And then, a little bit later in the day, about 10 hours after that, we have Falcon 9 launching Denuri, the Korean Pathfinder Lunar Orbiter, at 7 o'clock. I am going to try to go pack, sleep, wake up for that. After that, go back to sleep, wake up for that. After that, pack stuff, and then cover that. Then continue the moving thing, and then I will be back for this at 7 o'clock. Or at least try to. Yeah. 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 If I make it through this, man, that's going to be an achievement. So, yeah. I'm going to go take a nap and pack up more things. Yeah, this is going to suck. Fuck, yeah, this is not going to be fun. The rocket launches will be great, though. Yeah, Trehek, yes, probably. Yep. Yeah, not in that order. Yeah, that's right. That's fair. Anyway, guys, that's all I got for Space News today. I enjoyed it. I'm probably not going to do Space News tomorrow because we're covering so many rocket launches, but yeah. I will be back in 4 hours for the launch, and actually after Falcon tomorrow, that's the internet gets taken out of here. So after the Falcon tomorrow, that's the last stream from here. Wow, that just got real fast. That just got real fast. Yeah, Isaac, it'll only get worse here once the flight cadence increases. Don't worry. I'm expanding my office to be able to take this into account. I don't know how expanding the office would help me cover more launches. Whatever. My new office will make me happy, and I don't know. My whole point is basically, like, the end goal for this stream, Isaac, to be honest with you, is to cover so many freaking rocket launches that it literally turns into an ATC channel. Yeah. 24-hour rocket launches all the time. Like you see, like, channels that are like listening to air traffic control loops. That's my goal. Yeah, that's my goal. It's so you can fit a bed in your office. Exactly. Yes. Precisely. Better get a backpack from DOS. Yeah, we're it's way too late for that. So, anyway, guys, I will see you in about 4 hours. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry for the belated Sorry for the belated stream. Not belated. Belated is not the right word. Sorry for the condensed streams. Yeah, we didn't hire any movers. We don't have any big freaking moving van. I've been just packing stuff up in the morning and driving it down. And yeah. I am going to need next week off. So tomorrow after Falcon is the last time you're going to see me for a little bit. For about a week. I'm going completely off the radar. I'll probably do a test stream sometime next week to make sure the internet works. But hopefully the whole garage office situation is figured out. So, yeah. If you, for whatever reason, you're not going to be around tomorrow, I'll see you next